The book of the words of the blessed Enoch were with him forever, elect and righteous, who will be in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took us in parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angel showed me. And from them I heard everything. And from them I understood
this lesson is centered around
not for this generation,
us,
but for a
Israelite men who are endowed with the Holy Spirit to teach His Word,
and took up my parable,
understanding
the Holy Great One,
our origin, what we are
eternal God,
of that number, we are indeed those men. What is our true origin? Born
might from the
to these earthly bodies,
and all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall
live,
pray, and great fear and prison shall
endure. But why were we born? We were born ultimately for this mission. So, understanding your origin, the true origin, understanding your mission, get those rights rooted into your mind. Okay, it makes you immortal. The process of immortality starts in the mind. The kingdom of heaven starts with this understanding being complete. We have to truly understand what we are a part of. Because this flesh will be used, it has been used against many men to choke them out of the mission, to choke them out of the truth, to where these earthly conditions, right, which as we read will show you our conditions of the battle, we are battling, okay, are just what they are, whether it's your family, whether it's your parent, whether it's your job, whether it's sickness, they are all conditions of the battle. We are just here as pilgrims passing through now. What is our goal? Right, as Israelites, right, preaching His word, what is the goal? Right? The goal is to get back to our first estate. Right? What is Yahushua speaking to the Father? Okay? He had that very same mindset. That's why he was so keen, that's why he was so focused on doing the work. Constantly spoke of my need to do the will of the Heavenly Father. He did not look at that earthly experience as the time to enjoy, the time to gather, the time to be endowed with pleasure. Right now, within this earthly experience, we do have pleasure. Right, we do have children, wives, have parents, but we must understand the true family, all right, that we are fighting to be restored to. And that's our heavenly state. Like when you read the Holy Scriptures, and within the Torah, Moses gives you the understanding of your origin in the beginning.
In all His works go on them from year to year forever. And all the tasks which they accomplish for Him, and their tasks change not, but according to God.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. All how they see down, we're going to like that word beginning. The word beginning is the Asha. First, chief, getting the first chief choice part. Head, top, summit, upper part, chief, total, height, head, man, city, nation, place, family, priest, okay? And when you go into that term, God, that's what I did. The Lord is showing you His order. And God shows what? Higher. Okay, God, you put yourself together. This was the first church. This was the priesthood. That's the order of Melchizedek. Created in the heavens and the earth. And God blessed on that. For all of that, through the blueprint of the Most High, we were in order. That's what we were up there. We were in complete order, doing the will of the Heavenly Father from the foundation of the earth, which we showed you. Okay, this is the estate we're fighting to return to. The scriptures together, and you'll see that Yahushua Himself, remember, His prayer, as we call the high priesthood prayer, the head of the church. Okay? born to fulfill that prophesied. You have to look at your life as well the same way. This is not your beginning. Right? You were just chosen as a sacrifice to fulfill what was written to you. Pilgrim's passage. Now let's listen to what Yahushua asked request from the Father as he finished his course. This is John 17:4. Yahushua speaks to the Father, showing him the same. I have glorified you on earth. I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do. That's why he was born into the earth. What? He had to offer a sacrifice. Because he was a man without blemish. That was all prophesied. He was born into this body at this time to fulfill that. He understood that. He didn't look at that life at the time. So what's coming, right? That particular life, he wasn't born for that purpose. He was born to what? To offer himself up as a sacrifice for us. We're fighting God. Listen to what it says. I glorified you on earth and finished the work which thou gavest me to do. Now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self with the glory which I had before the world was. Yeah? Listen to that. Glorify thou me with thine own self with the glory which I had with you before the world was. According to what he did, manifest his name, talk, brethren, did everything the Heavenly Father ordered him to do. Go down. Their future glory. See? Their future glory. And who's that there? The disciples, the ones who have followed the Lamb whithersoever they goeth. Alright, the church. Alright, as well as those who believe. Now in verse 22 it says, the glory which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, and thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one. Okay? You want to preach about it? If that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and loves me, right? Thou hast loved them as thou hast loved me. Okay? Because remember, we were a spiritual family, okay, before we were a physical family on earth. Okay? This family in heaven was headed by Yahushua, and the Most High God, Yahweh, spoke Yahushua into existence. Okay? From that point came the first two spirits to be an aid and a help unto them. Okay? And then on earth, it started with Adam, the Son of God, which fell from their glory and estate to be rulers, right? Judges, priests of the entire planet Earth. Okay? And as you read the story, we'll read in section 7. At the time of Adam's fall, from that point, we have to deal with imperfection. Okay? Even at the time Solomon got the kingdom, he had peace on the throne that they established. 40 years of peace, eventually he fell from that. Why? Because of the flesh. Chapter gives you an outline of the various different captivities that we would have to suffer, alright, before we are brought back to our heavenly state. So Yahushua in this chapter is praying for us, praying to the Father to restore him to his rightful order and restore us. Let's listen. Glory to
Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, said the Lord.
I and them, thou and me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and love them, thou love me. Father, I will that they also, whom thou hast given me, be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory. See that? Be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory. which thou hast given me, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. That this is what we are fighting for, to return to our heavenly state, right? We prophecy said in the latter days, the remnant will wake up, okay? The priest that will prophesy will stand on their feet as a mighty army. They will eventually be beamed up and changed to their back to what? The heavenly state. Put on those immortal bodies, okay? But within that, we will have to have parents that met. Eventually we will wake up for our true calling. Okay, and nothing else matters above that true calling. Now it says here, as you can see here, he said, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. We go to Ephesians 1 and 3. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, who has blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in HaMashiach. Okay? According as he has chosen us in him before the foundation of the world. Okay? So there are a group of first fruit spirits that were with Yahweh Shai before the foundation of the world. Okay? And have chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestinated us into the adoption of children by Yahweh Shai HaMashiach to himself, according to the good pleasure of God's will. Okay? So the mission that we have as we've been awakened here in the latter days is to fight. Okay, is to get back to that heavenly state. It's all written. Alright, but as Paul said here, real quick, alright, Galatians 1:5, God who separated me from my mother's womb, called me by his grace. Okay?
I will be found in you, saith the Lord.
Preach
I will turn away your captivity.
to the Gentiles. Okay? We have that same lot.
It starts here.
Okay?
Turning away from our captivity.
He chose us from the foundation of the earth. Alright, for our purpose. Now, even Paul, he had a life before he was called to his true calling. Okay? We all have these lives. We all have these particular things that, we've been born into parents. Now, the beautiful thing about that is Yahweh Shai. Right? I'm sure he was born, he had Joseph as his father and Mary as his mother. Okay, but if we understand the truth, we understand our true origin, that's not our true parents. Those were parents who the Lord had come together within that lifetime, and these lifetimes, and this lifetime. Right? Well, all of us are miracles. Member of the elect. We're all miracles. The Lord had our parents come together so that seed can be brought to the earth. The spirit, the spirit of the elect chose to the earth, put into that body for a purpose. See? So we were separated from our mother's womb, right? The seed of man, right, to be called by his grace. As even he told Jeremiah, Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. So before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. Okay, and ordained thee a prophet unto the nation. See that? So before we were born, so whatever lifetime we were born in, hopefully the final one will have to do with this. The Lord chose us for a purpose. So understanding your true origin helps you to look at this life, alright, as a mission. To look at these bodies as merely costumes to spy out the land. Okay, and the families you have, those who you respect, honor, follow your mothers, have a wife, love your wife, have a child. You do the best that you can, but none of those things should be able to separate you, alright, from Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai if you understand your true origin and if you understand what the mission is now. This is the book of Isaiah 49, 5. Now says Yahweh that formed me in the womb to be his servant. See, that is the only reason your mother and father came together. Okay? To form you so that you can grow up and serve the Lord. Okay, to bring Jacob again to him. See, this is a part of our mission. To preach the word that the elect may be gathered, which is a sacrifice. We have to make our bodies a true sacrifice for this mission. It takes a lot. It says to bring Jacob again to him. Right? Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of Yahweh. And my God shall be my strength. Isaiah was one of those men. Jeremiah was one of them. There are various of them. Read about some of them. Some of them we never read about. That's in the book of Sirach, the 44th chapter. Okay, the Lord gave us a very small insight of our legacy and everything.
Jeremiah 29:14. And I will be found with you, says the Lord, and I will turn away your captivity.
Show that mystery.
And I will gather you from all the nations,
Okay, so a
from
lot
all
of
the
people
places where I have driven you, says the Lord.
Israelites, they look at it based upon this life. They don't understand that it's a sacrifice. They don't understand, all right, that there's a greater glory coming. We weren't sent here to be the man. We weren't sent here to get the praise of man and all these areas. Brothers teaching you and have those takes like the spirit drawn to you, though maybe people who followed you for another life. We're all back in this life, speeding up all over again. We cannot put earthly carnal bodies and raise the men and all of that above the mission. Yahweh Shai himself had far more power than we do in these bodies, right? He didn't make it about himself. Why should we? Okay? Now, Isaiah 49:6, as he said, it is a life thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise the tribe of Jacob. A life thing come with a lot. Right? It's simple, but nobody said it was easy. Okay? It's a life thing. To restore the preserve of Israel, the remnant. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest my salvation. I did a lesson.
I will gather you from all the nations that I have driven. And I will bring you
this is why we were born.
to the place where I
Right? We were born for this purpose. This is our mission. To do what? To restore the preserve of Israel. To what? Preaching the word. We read about it in various scriptures and it just kind of goes over your head. Okay? You were born from the seed of a man. You came out of the womb of a mother for this purpose. Okay?
Nobody lost their mind on that line.
After 3 days and a half, the spirit of light from God entered the stood and everything. Great spirit fell on him. This link directly to Ezekiel 37th chapter. The prophet is preaching. Dry bones will be awakened to the spirit. Okay? To the spirit of the Most High God, Yahweh Shai, who sends down the Holy Spirit. Because you are a vessel born into the earth to fulfill that. See, now this says a lot in just 3 sentences, just a few words. You see, starting with Abba Bivens, High Priest Abba Bivens, and then from there, eventually the prophets would awaken, the word would grow and grow and grow and grow. And one of the teachers that needed parents, he defeated parents to birth them into the earth for these purposes. But that ain't their origin. See? And what does that lead to? And they heard a great voice from heaven saying to them, come up hither, and they ascended up into heaven in the cloud, and they beheld them being beamed back up to return to our heavenly estate. Which second chapter gives you an insight to the family reunion. Well, we're going to be face to face with Yahweh Shai, being crowned, drinking wine, praising, singing songs. Okay? You know, we're here to speak this into existence. Go here real quick. Our forefathers understand this. See, once you understand this, okay, it's easier for you to be a sacrifice. All right, because that's exactly what you were chosen to be, a sacrifice. Okay, this is Hebrews 11 and 13 speak of our forefathers. Okay? It says, these all died in faith, not having received the promise. Okay? They understood the promise, and they understood that they were a sacrifice, all right, to be an example for those in the latter times when they wake up for this very purpose, to be brought back to our heavenly estate and be inherited the land, the promised land, right? It says, these all died in faith, right? Not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims in the earth. Strangers and pilgrims in the earth. They understood that they were only pilgrims now. Let's go to this scripture here. I have it. Verse 11. See what Peter said to us. Okay? Holy priesthood. First Peter 2:11. Dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust and war. This flesh is what is always separated us from the Father. So as we're on this mission, you can meet women, you can have children, you can have families, okay, and see these things can deter you from the mission if you get too attached to them and look at them above what they are. Okay, all they are is conditions of the battle, nothing more. See, we'll get that in 2nd Ezra, the 2nd chapter. And when we look at this term, pilgrim, okay, he says, dearly beloved, thou art God, David, house of David, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims. See, this is a mindset you must have, right, as pertaining to this life. Strangers and pilgrims, this is not our world. Okay, as a matter of fact, let's go to the book. First John 3:1. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed on us, that we should be called the sons of God. Okay? Look, Yahweh's true origin was directly from the Father. We follow after that order from Him. That's our true Father. That's our true origin. The parents we have here, really, we're the fathers of them. Okay? But we respect and honor them. Okay? They may have spirits on them, but these all are conditions of the battle. If you allow these earthly relationships with a wife and a child to deter you from the mission, then you would not fit. This is why Yahweh said those words, saying, alright, is not willing to let it all go. If you don't understand the mission, and you don't understand your true origin, understanding your true origin and understanding this mission, where you're just a pilgrim, helps you to cope with the hell that comes in the flesh, and you understand that the victory is already written. You just have to endure. And it's easier said than done, alright, through Yahweh Bashir Shai, have the right mindset to change all of these things that happen in this world. It's easier to deal with. Things are easier to overcome. But when you start to look at these things more than what they are, you start to look at those things as the end all be all, and look at this life as your true origin, you lose sight. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. That is an honor. Okay? Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew Him not. See, people do not understand what you feel. People do not, even your woman. Okay, nobody will ever understand what you as a man of the Lord go through mentally, the spirit, the battle you have. Okay, now they may believe on your words, the spirit of Father, which that's a good thing, and they have faith in what you are saying. They can never understand. Alright, and then outside of that, okay, the people in the world, they look at us as weirdos, they look at us as crazy. The world knoweth us not. All people are like, what are you doing? They walk by the campus.
destroy them. What's he doing?
See? But we're men on a mission.
We have this pleasure. It's earth and dust.
We don't count our own lives worth anything. Look, we're here to serve Yahweh Bashim Yahushai. Okay, and that goes into that saying, they love not their lives. Definitely forget it. Okay? See, most of the people who are here, they love their lives.
That ain't no God.
To the point where these things in this world, this origin, this is all for them. They don't know of anything past this. And we can't have that mindset. See, and that separates us. Okay? The world knows us not because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, because we are fighting to return to that origin. Okay? We'll get all of that. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him. He shall see him. Pray for us. He did his job to get back to the right-hand side, his origin, his original order, as the priest of the Most High. Now we have our duties, and all of these things were written before the foundation of the earth. We're just giving his body to him. This is the last body in this tabernacle that we're going to have to deal with. 2 Corinthians 4th chapter deals with another time. It says, and every man that hath this hope in him purified himself, even as he is pure. You see that? Every man that hath this hope purified himself. If you understand this, if you understand what you're truly fighting for, purify yourself. You're immovable. Okay? You're walking towards immortality. You're walking towards the promised land. Understanding that this is just a mission, and everything that you encounter is just a condition of battle. Are you going to be overcome by it? No, you have to overcome that. Yahweh Shai did it. Okay? So going back to this point. Okay, let's read it again. Dearly beloved, 2 Peter 2:11. I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust. Now we'll look up this term. Pilgrims. That's what we are. We're strangers and pilgrims.
At one point in the world, but then if you finish with the land, prophets prophesied falsely in the priests. They're ruled by their means, by their means. Not by the means of Yahweh. So you take
Reside there outside of the neighbor. See, this world has found these people. We're just residing here to complete our mission. Apartments, houses, cars, all of these things are only temporal for us. And we understand that. This is not our rest. This is filthy. Our job is to speak the end into existence. That's why you were born. That is the purpose of being born. Now, the families you do have, you have to look at it like this. This is the condition of that. Okay, that's the same way ships up on the families you have, right? Let's say your child, your wife, your child, they're giving them to you, and maybe they're good. All right, you are sacrificing, but they can also be given to you and taken away. All right, for what? Purpose of a test, a trial. And if you are overcome, all right, by those things that you've encountered in this flesh that you were born into, then guess what? You're not fit to be a disciple of Yahweh.
Unto the pure, all things are pure. But unto them that are defiled and unbelieving, it's nothing pure.
See?
But even their mind and
understand that. See, understanding these things help you to move forward. Understanding the purpose and the things you encounter is just what they are. Job, everything, man. That's why the elect, all right, our forefathers took those deaths. Look at the followers of
they know the Most High, but in works, they deny Him.
They understood this. We got to understand this. A strange sojourning in a strange place. This world is not for us. Okay? Even if we went back to Jerusalem, we'd be foreigners. Right? Because according to prophecy, these heathen would have to rule. Okay? And through them being destroyed, then we return to our rightful place. That's why
but in
we are
works, they deny Him. Being abominable and disobedient, and into every good work reprobate. One of the main things they hate on the prophet. to actually bring that good work and every good work reprobate. Okay? Now,
en el tiempo de Yahushua, antes de que one who lives without the right to citizenship.
we are under the Most High.
One who lives on earth as a stranger, a sojourner on earth, followers of Yahushua, all in heaven.
And make it manifest the favor of the challenge by us in every place. Every place. We ain't hiding anything else.
Es una metáfora.
Get over it. Grow the hell up.
Simbolismo para
Look at what you do.
The church. Now, what is the origin of the church?
Them that are saved. And in them that perish.
1 and 17 says, for all things, the church, beginning, right? Out the first one, and all things might imitate. Him should all do well. There was a church in the beginning. We read about that in the beginning. The Lord was showing us his church, his congregation, his priest, right? The priest of the Most High God, the sons of God.
In my holy mountain, in the mountain of the height of Israel, power, it shall up there to all the house of Israel, all of them in the land serve me, where I will accept you. There will I require your offering, and first fruits, your places, with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet savor. When I bring you out from the people, gather you out from the country, wherein ye have been scattered.
General Assembly, church of the firstborn, right, which are written in heaven, to God, the judge of all, right, the spiritual judgment made perfect, literally immortals living in mortal flesh. Okay, the firstborn. Okay.
We praying the Lord. It's like an altar right now. That's why brothers gotta pray for him. Right? And you gotta fast.
Firstborn,
fast, man.
man of beast, that's on earth. In heaven. Okay.
It's good for your spirit.
First in time or place, any succession of things or persons, first in rank, influence, honor, and chief. Okay, that's why the Lord said,
But if you say, you know, coming in time, man, your mind gotta be right. You want this best for me, the best for your
mission
ability.
aspect.
You want to
You have to understand your origin.
That helps that. I know. I feel it.
That helps you see things more clear. It helps you to stay on. You see, Yahushua constantly
I will
boasted of
accept you
his
with this
mission. I'm
sweet
going to do this.
When I bring you out from the people and gather you out
We're here to
from the
offer up our bodies as a
scattered,
sacrifice.
and I will sanctify in you
Yahushua's sacrifice, as well as the first fruits sacrifice, each everyone of that family being brought back to glory. Right? So don't look at yourself as just some regular nigga.
But the sacrifice gotta be right.
Okay?
They had to sacrifice if it ain't right.
This is Isaiah 1:26, and I will restore thy judges as at the first. This is the process, right?
Your neck to the slaughter.
And thy counselors at the beginning, right? Genesis 1:1. God, Elohim, word Elohim,
Gotta be acceptable.
what?
2 Corinthians 2:16.
Ruler, judge,
To the one we are a savior of death unto death.
God-like.
To the other the savior of life
What
unto
you say?
life.
The house of
And who
David
is
shall be
sufficient for
as
these?
God.
Who is sufficient to tell
Works
the
or
truth?
special possessions of God. Okay? First fruits. As we read here in the book of Isaiah, he's going to restore us to that first estate. This is why we're here. So I will restore thy judges as at the first, thy counselors as at the beginning, afterward thou shalt be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Imagine your government, right? Yahushua, right? The first fruits.
It's not about us.
Ones who were created in heaven and earth, you've been given them to them, right, by the Most High through Yahushua. That's going to be the government. Could you imagine that?
And that's a part of our sacrifice too. So we talk about
Yeah, this is a heavy thing we're a part of, and it's not low level. Now, going back to this term, okay, strangers and pilgrims, I pulled up Pilgrim, right, on this Edom online, etymology online. Pilgrim, right? A person traveling to a holy place. See, you were born into this life, all right, to do what? Receive the word eventually on your way to the holy place. We're traveling to a holy place. Okay? Once we receive those new bodies, we'll come back down on earth and set up our kingdom. See, this kingdom was for the heathen. This kingdom, as prophecy states, the heathen would have to rule, right? But through the destruction of the fourth beast and the horn that issued forth from it comes our kingdom, man. We're just about at the end of Esau's world. We're here traveling to a holy place. We're pilgrims. We can't look at this world as the end-all, be-all of our lives. Okay, again, we have no tendency.
Leave her alone, man. No, everybody gets this. Men, women, children, okay? Right, we ain't trying to make us different with everybody. But somehow when we talk about men, there's no problem. But when you talk about women, everybody's looking at the grind, taking a deep breath. It's like these hoes ain't a problem. They a problem. They're talking about the problem. Yes, men too.
Here we have no contingency. One to come. Here we have no contingency. So we allow the encounters you have, families you have, to take you away from your purpose and off your mission. And you will not get it. You never got it in the first place. Get called out on something that's told to you about your spirit that you might need to change. And some men say, you know what? I didn't sign up for this, and they leave. All right? Well, Yahushua could have had that same mindset. Did he? He could have been like a leopard spat on him. My ass off. I love you, baby. Don't fall in hell. He could have did that, but he understood his mission. Okay? So as pilgrims, we are persons traveling in holy place. Okay? Nothing more. Penance or to discharge some vow or religious obligation. We're here, right? When you enter into this truth, ultimately you've taken a vow. Paul said, though I preach the gospel, I have nothing glory in, for necessity is laid upon me. Yea, woe to me if I preach not the gospel. Right? That's why you were put here. You were given this gift. Alright? The spirit and power of Yahweh Shemel Shai. Alright? For a duty amongst the church. But every one of us is giving grace according to the measure of the gift of Mashiach. He gave us grace so that we can offer up our sacrifice and then be covered. Our sins are wiped out. I wish I had a big thing for us. Never take that sacrifice lightly. Remember what he did. So every one of us is given grace according to the gift of wherefore he said that he ascended up on high, captains of the gift of men. When he ascended up on high, after he completed his mission, sacrificed, broke bread,
that legacy died here. Ain't nobody gonna be known. They gonna be looking at home.
Right side. He told his disciples that we would have where we are. We can drink up on high. Men gathering and tribes back together, preaching of the gospel.
So with the sacrifice of the men of the Lord,
Yeah, literal you
they're going to be the
made
also.
sure that
Under
the
your
body
like, damn,
lowly
you want to be the half brother, right?
would be attached to you. Okay, it would be despicable to you to look at you like this. Right? It said, all right, so now, as part of that family, it's the best thing going. Right? Lord willing, what to do. It says now that he is singing, right? What is it but that he also descended first to the earth? Did not he have to come down as a man from the loins and lineage of David to complete his mission? Okay?
Zephaniah 3,
the same also
Zephaniah 3,
far above the
18.
heavens that he
I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, who are of thee, and whom the reproach of it is a burden. This is the solemn assembly. Now that doesn't mean the men of the Lord don't work. That's not at all what he's saying.
the body of all come to me.
We're saying ultimately you got holy days.
Knowledge of the Son of God. That's understanding Yahweh. Again, Yahweh didn't just show up as Yahweh. Matter of fact, we have to prophecy about
the Lord thy power in the midst of thee is mighty. He will save. He will rejoice over thee with joy. He will rest in his love. He will joy over thee with singing. Right?
Oh, Bethlehem, a small village among all the people of God. Yet the ruler of Israel, one's origins are from the distant past.
I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, who are of
Matthew,
to whom the
that
reproach
spirit
of it
goes back
is
to the beginning.
Behold, at
His
that time
origins
I
are
will
from the
undo
distant past.
all that afflict thee. All
the
the
beginning.
going to be undone.
All right? And the first fruit spirit is with him.
The Lord is in the right spirit too.
All right? So he understood that his true father was Yahweh.
They were born to lose.
All right? But he still honored his earthly parents. But when it came time, look, he
You
told
gotta be
him,
all right
I'm
with
here
that
to
in
do
this
my
church.
father's business.
Undesirable
Mary
among my
came to
nation. You can't get past that. You still front. You sure, man? We gonna love them.
Look,
How?
woman, don't you come about my father's business.
They're gonna come back anyway. This is the
So he
love.
put his father's business above even his own
This is the greatest form of
parents.
love anybody on this planet Earth will
But
show is what the men of the
kept
Lord
the law.
do. But it's going to be accounted as nothing.
Right?
And that's all right.
So,
Don't give a damn. Go ahead.
We all have been
Behold,
given
in
this
this time I
gift.
will undo all that afflict
Right?
thee. I will
measure
save her
of the
that
gift
hope
for the
and
purpose
gather her
of
that
what?
was driven out.
Going out
And I will get them
doing
praise
what the
and
Heavenly
fame
Father.
in
We all
every
have our
man
particular
where
role
they
in
have
the
been
church.
put to shame. We're going to get praise and fame. And
back
every
to
man
the
wants
word.
praise and fame. We all live lowly, but don't act like you don't want to be appreciated.
Though I preach the gospel, I have the glory of necessity.
We all have different walking to the ring and knocking somebody out. And the whole crowd. This is our mission. No picture.
We weren't born to be
Like his dad. We all had a
world's
right?
greatest dad.
Everybody wants to
Born
we need to be lying.
See, a lot of Israelites like the glory of
But we got to get it the right way.
put that above the true mission. We're going to have family, and if you understand that, you're good. We're going to have to, I mean, come on, man. What did the Lord tell people, man? Everything you've given up, you're going to receive back 100-fold. So yeah, if your family happens to be delivered, there's nothing wrong with loving your wife, nothing wrong with loving your children. But all of these things, they can become a distraction, and they can turn you from the mission. That's why the Lord sometimes takes families from brothers, and some brothers are like, this well, that means that you don't understand the mission. You need to pray for more faith. It's a hard saying, and these are hard things to digest. But if you are of that first body, you're going to overcome that. You're going to overcome those thoughts. You're going to overcome all of that. Okay?
Trying to be the man on this side, don't understand the fact that the Lord is not
necessity imposed either by circumstances,
the spirit right now where we gotta be in the spirit of
regarding one advantage, custom, argument, calamity, distress, straits, and that's what comes with teaching His word. You have to live as a civilian, but you're really a warrior. You're at war.
started down
You're not a civilian, yet you have to live as a civilian. Yet you're really on the front line of a
He didn't
spiritual
come to the
war.
earth and vote. Nigga, don't you know I was on the right hand side?
Right?
He could have did that. Because you give a nigga $200 and he's the man.
Woe unto me
But
if
here
I
you got the
preach
top
not
spirit
the
on the right hand
gospel.
side on the earth.
For if I do this willingly,
But
I
a
have a
nigga gets
reward.
stolen like
But if against my will, right, you have people that start to blame the truth.
lose his goddamn mind because women
The fact that their
are on
life
this
is
page.
so garbage. Okay, and then they fall out. I think they're going back to living happiness and
And that's how niggas are.
what hell awaits you, says
That's why I got a lot of
against my will,
these
dispensation.
yeah, they close. But you notice they're not really serving. They ain't on the highways every week.
If I were doing this on
But
my
they
own
but
initiative,
really sitting around here.
I would deserve
Again,
payment.
as we always
But
say,
I have no choice.
If you niggas
God
had
has given me this sacred trust. He's giving you this sacred trust. When you're doing it as you're a pilgrim from Babylon the Great, various different captivities
when your
where
house
we are.
did act spiritual power,
On our way to the holy place, okay? Fulfilling our religious obligation, which religion just really means what you serve, what you do. Okay? It says, or seeking some miracle or spiritual benefit. And that's what we're doing. A traveler, we're just traveling here. You can't put too much into this life, man. Okay? Now, Hebrews 2:11. He that sanctifies and they who are sanctified are all of one.
He's the king of that way. King of Salem.
Spirits follow him.
He came into the earth while that was under the control of the Romans, man.
Follow the Lamb.
And he had, if he was like the niggas, he would have said, this belongs to us. He tried to fight. He would have, with one button, took down the Roman Empire. But that goes
Have
against
the word. Okay? Those men are sent on earth to fulfill and do particular things in their order for the purpose of the Lord's storage of the field. Isn't that not a beautiful thing? Alright? Both of you that sanctified and they who are sanctified are all of one, which cause he is not ashamed to call them brethren.
To be a zealot is necessarily a brethren that you took to have a deal from
You say to the disciples,
zealots that ultimately try to fight Rome to come back in that stead and say, this is us. You're basically boasting in an agenda that ain't Yahushua. Right, but the zealot, he couldn't come over because you had a lot of zealots that followed Yahushua after they woke up. But they didn't take that zealot mindset. They meant
been with me from the beginning.
you know, like Peter, he's like, look, I was shot at. He was top yet. But he told him, look, they will take us to court.
Brothers,
That's
saying,
the
I
part
will
of
declare thy name to my
We all
brethren.
have
This was the church
mindsets.
in
We all have ways about us, but you got to make sure
Again,
overall
I
that
will
you
put my trust in
the
the
Lord.
Lord. Again, behold, I and the children which God have given me, and ride or die body.
Okay?
For as much then as the children are partakers of the flesh and blood, okay, we had to be born, father and mother, crying, grew up,
That's why they were into the house
chocolate
with
milk,
parents. That's why it's like
chicken nuggets, all types of madness.
screaming and growling.
We had to, but Yahushua did too. It says, he also himself likewise took part of the same, showing you ain't no virgin birth. For as much then as children are partakers of flesh and blood,
Okay?
that our Lord
Read. And again, I will put my trust in him. And again, behold,
also
I am
himself
the
likewise
chosen,
took
which
part of
Yahweh
the
has
same.
given me.
Yahushua was born while Rome was ruling. His parents had to run from Herod. He was raised
For as much then as children are partakers of the flesh and blood.
As children,
parents,
we had to come on
mother and
earth
father.
and catch hell. But he did it first.
Eventually ended up in Nazareth.
All right, read that again.
Nazareth called Galilee.
14 to top. For as much then as the children are partakers of the flesh
Richest
and blood,
neighborhood. That's where
he
was
also
raised up. What
himself
it is.
likewise took part of the same.
That's proven there ain't no virgin birth.
He literally lived. We're walking in his footsteps.
We in Yahushua came in the body just like this. He had a father.
Sanctified.
John 7:42, what did they say? Don't we know him, his father, and his people? Mary, when she was walking up looking for Yahushua. Yeah, your father been looking for you.
So he himself also likewise took part in the same death. He might destroy him that have power over him. That's what we're fighting to return to. same thing he did, return to the Father, to his rightful position on the right-hand side. We don't even really fully understand this. Look up right hand in the Greek. Special in the Hebrew, special like you think right hand, like how it got imagine
that the death he might destroy him.
To imagine what we were doing with Christ.
That is the devil.
Right, when he heals from the dead,
really fully understand everything.
all right? Then broke bread with brothers and sisters 4 days before the night. They went back up to his priestly duty. He's given us the Holy Spirit.
Particular things.
Okay, go ahead.
All right,
Verse 15. And remember them who through the fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage.
Right, now, what's the bondage? Ultimately, it's the flesh.
He came to destroy
No way to win
death, conquer
in this
death.
flesh. Okay? Even if you go to the law, it
And
condemns you
deliver them
with this
fear
flesh.
of death.
You're condemned
For all their
perpetually.
lifetime subject to bondage. We've been
Okay,
subject to
go
bondage
Verse
since
16.
the fall of
Verily,
Adam.
he took not on him the nature
What is the
of
bondage?
angels,
These bodies.
not on him the nature
That's
of
what
angels,
separates
man.
us from
but he
the
took
Most
on him
High.
the seed of Abraham.
be
Right,
holy in the
Isaac,
flesh.
Jacob, who had
Right.
12 sons,
That's
one of them
our
was
ability.
Judah. Judah had a son by Tamar named Perez. Perez had Hezron. And you go throughout
What
the
does it say in
lineage of
section
Salmon,
chapter?
Benjamin,
Not gonna read all
Boaz,
the section
redeemed the land along with
this body.
Obed, Jesse, David, Solomon, and
we
eventually
know
through that line, the
that
Messiah
our
was restored.
earthly house,
Chosen.
this tabernacle was dissolved. We have a building with God. This house not made with
The
this
true Messiah, okay, from all of the false messiahs of this world. It includes
In
goddamn
this we groan,
Jesus Christ.
these bodies we groan,
That idol.
earnestly desiring to be
And what you didn't learn about
clothed
the
our
lineage of
houses.
David, when you learned about
This
Jesus
is what
Christ.
we're fighting for, man.
Okay, you learned about the God of Israel. Okay, which was another covenant. Go ahead.
Our
Verse
natural
17.
origin, man.
Wherefore in all things, if behold him, made like unto his
Verse
brethren.
16, verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. Okay, Yahushua came from the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when he was born. Right, in the book of Matthew, the book of Luke, all these various different gospels.
You go run the
Fulfilled the prophecy, man.
hair on your woman.
Wherefore, in all things, if we move him to be made like a seed of Abraham. Yahushua wanted to get back to his rightful glory. That's why he was so dead set on doing his duty.
With a child as a
That he might be a merciful and faithful high priest.
It's not reality, man.
Everything
Stop.
pertaining to God to make reconciliation with sinners. That was his duty. Right? Let's go to the book. Second 7. This chapter. It talks about how in order to get to the wide, we have to go to the straight. We were just supposed to have the wide. That's what Adam was set up for, but sin, fall, right? What happened? Adam was kicked out of the garden. He was kicked out of Eden. He was kicked out of Jerusalem. Right? The sons of God were kicked out. Okay, we were able to return there at the time. David and Solomon for 40 years, but eventually we messed up. Okay? And eventually got kicked out again. Eventually at the time of 70 AD, the Lord pretty much destroyed the temple. And we've been scattered ever since.
Being born of the Holy
They had,
Spirit.
Israelites still over there, actually, seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But that's as a nation we ain't been there. So to get back there, we had to go through these prophecies, man. Daniel, the 7th chapter, reading
All right, what is he
those are the captivities where we will be scattered and go through what we have to go through in order to get to where we got to get.
John the Baptist was born of the Holy Spirit. Why?
Okay?
He was prophesied
To
about.
get to
Born of the
why
Holy
we have
Spirit
to go
don't mean the Holy
through narrow,
Spirit.
straight gate, positions of difficulty. That's what this chapter is about.
Immaculate conception.
Okay?
Man's wife.
There is also another thing. The city is built about the kingdom. Set upon a broad hill, full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow and is set in a dangerous place. Fall like a fire on the right hand, and on the left hand of deep water. And the only path between them both,
That word be moved in the
between
Greek.
the fire and water, so small that there could be but one man go there at once.
Hebrews 2 and 17 was 4. Wherefore in all
That's
things,
how
if
hard
behold
it's
him,
like to get.
to be made like
That's why
unto
the
his
Lord
brethren.
has to put the Spirit on us. Today we're going to have to go through
Made like
things,
a present. That word
prophesying
moved in the Greek.
things.
Now,
It says, if this city were now given unto a man for an inheritance in the promised land, okay, if he shall never pass the danger before it, how shall he receive his inheritance? I said, so Lord, then he said unto me, even so also you gotta go through that. Because for their sake I made the world. This whole world was created, all right, for one particular chosen seed to dominate, rule, and show the rest of the how to live, to be priests, teach them the law, to show them the way. But what happened? We always, because of this flesh, what do we always do? For God made created man to be immortal. One man chosen Israelite man. First we were the son of God.
Concerning his son,
Right?
how was shot about the
Tracks. Right
was
there.
made in the
The
seed
whole
of
Bible.
David, according to the
Christians
flesh.
have messed up. They tried to take the Bible and X the chosen seed out and replace it with all these heathens. It ain't gonna work. Because we're here. According to the earth. We survived the crack, we survived the downlators and all of the chemicals. Right? And we here. Tampico juice. What was that?
According to the flesh. Made.
Cow plus ice cream sandwiches. Okay? Hog-head cheese, all of the crap. And we're here. Everything that was designed to destroy us, we overcame it. How much more are we going to
I will be his father. And he will be
So
my
God
son.
created man to be immortal. This was how we were supposed to be. We weren't supposed to suffer in death. We were supposed to enjoy the earth. And that's the hard part. We're here on the earth. We can't enjoy it. So what do? You try to look for out.
Women back in the ancient days were
Do this. And it just creates hell.
If they couldn't, they would suppress.
Especially as an Israelite man.
The male child and then the Messiah.
Now, especially now knowing the truth, knowing how it's supposed to be going, the state to who you're going to, what you got to deal with. The purpose of prophecy. You are a sacrifice. The earth was made to enjoy. Here it is. We have lived in it, in our own creation, in hell.
How were they doing it? These
That's
families.
why 2 Ezra 7 is going to say the same.
These families were raised.
God created man to be immortal and made him in the image of his own eternity.
How was God was
The Son of God was supposed to be
They did everything according to the law of God.
right. Nevertheless, envy of the devil came death into
He would have to go to the
whole
land.
society.
That's one technicality.
Envy of the devil came death. We weren't supposed to suffer like that. However, we will. Okay? So read this again, 2 Ezra 7 and 11. Because for their sakes I made the world. When Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed. Then was decreed that now is done. Hell. Then were the entrances of this world made narrow. To get back to paradise, we have to go through hell. Sorrow and hell to see through Abraham will promise that land back. Abraham, descendant of Adam,
And when the days of her purification, according to the law of Moses, were out, they brought him to present him to the Lord. As it is written in the law of the Lord, every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord.
Adam was kicked out of. Covenants and things along the way. We should be thankful. Our forefathers' sacrifices, all right, are what allows us to have this chance. So we now have our sacrifice. We have to look at it that way. We have to put the mission above the pleasures and above the emotion and everything else that comes with the world. Sometimes we get so focused on that it causes hurt. Anyway, therefore, with the entrance of this world made narrow, sorrow and hell, they are full of perils and very pain. The visions of the elder world were made wide and sure and brought forth. Adam was shut up in the garden until these things were flourishing. Now, it goes down. read the whole chapter. If you go down.
Let's go look at Galatians chapter 4.
Now that he's understanding, damn,
Even so we, when we were children, were in bondage to the earth.
verse 48, O Adam, what hast thou done? But though it was thou that sinned, thou art not fallen alone, but we all that come of thee. Okay? That's the sons of God. Okay? The Nephilim, the fallen ones.
Okay, read that again.
We fell, right, from our estate as rulers, as leaders, true judges. Came onto the earth, fumbled, messed up. Okay? That's why we had to undergo all of this hell. He's like, Adam, what hast thou done? He's like, even asking the angel, why didn't the Lord just make Adam to do right so that we wouldn't have to go through this?
Woman under the law. Now we know he had a mother, right?
He wanted us to go. Now we understand that going off the bound of the serpent is the way. That's what
saying, if a woman have conceived seed, a woman have conceived
so
seed.
if thou that seed, thou art not fallen alone, but all we that come of thee. And how are all of those that come of them counted?
Because you gotta think, he was like, we need a way to keep these things to the earth.
Genesis 5,
What can we
7,
do?
and so forth. Those are the sons of God. You have Noah, who had chosen, name, legacy, name.
They're gonna keep doing it. People keep doing
All
it.
continue all the way up to Abraham, who had 12 sons, and in the latter days, the physical seed of those sons is Israel. Right? And the remnant are going to be heirs to the promise.
Speak unto the children of
Okay?
Israel,
This is
saying,
why we were born.
if a woman have conceived seed
Lord never
from
that
the
seed
women and
never
born a
cut off.
man-child,
It says, what profit is it
then
unto us
she shall be
that there be
unclean
promised
7 days.
mortal time, whereas he has done the works that were that's the Lord's mystery.
And in the 8th
Keep
day,
going down.
the flesh of his body shall be right? And she shall be continued in the blood of the
Then answered me, saying, this is the condition of the battle. Everything you go through, your bloat, your stomach, okay, your family, your baby mama tripping, taking the kids, okay, your wife flipping out and you may have a fever. When you think of these things, you're like, how can that be the Lord done? Think it not strange concerning the fiery trial for which you are witnessing, as though some strange thing would happen, which happened to various
which was so named
losing a
of the
job.
angel before
Okay? Hey, hell, you may lose a foot. You know what the Lord gonna do. What he's wrote for us. We don't know. But brothers are living, we're living in a
and when the
time
day
where
of purification according to the
the
law
pains of our walk, we're feeling it now, like more than ever.
Why would she have had to go
But guess what? It's just the condition of the battle. Are you going to be overcome by those things?
Seed of Gabriel.
When you look at this as your origin, do you understand your mission? This is the condition of the battle which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. Okay? That if he be overcome, he shall suffer. As I said. Are you going to be overcome? But if you get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I said.
Even after that,
See? These two scriptures right here are heavy. This is the condition of the battle. You are immortal spirit, immortal flesh. Alright? Serving out the end of punishment. Okay?
Okay, so yes, we just read it. So that's that. We believe on the record.
Get the book, Luke 14:26. If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, that is a hard saying for someone is of hurt. What?
He didn't believe it.
Nah, nigga. Like boy Alazar said, I'm not gonna have no I'm gonna live it up. That is a man with an earthly mindset. Now, it's nothing wrong with having fun. Alright? But there's particular days that should be sacred, holy, set apart from the behaviors of this world. That's all we're saying. Anyway, what was Yahweh Shai saying when he said this? A lot of people like to come into this truth and they want to make it about the family and this and that, which is nothing wrong with family. Family is a beautiful thing, but this the family that we should be worried about the first fruits. That's our true origin. Okay? What did Yahweh Shai say? Who is my mother? Who is my brother? Those who do the will of the Lord. Encounter in his life, some of them happen to be delivered through our sacrifice. Call hello, Yahweh Shai. But just know, these things be given unto you, taken away as a test. And if you be overcome, that's on you. Do you really believe what Yahweh Shai said when he told Peter? Or sickness, it could be a sickness, it could be anything. We all have our own bag of hell, okay, that we have to deal with, all right, and it was all written, and there's no way out, okay? Matthew 19:27. And then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and have followed thee. What shall we have therefore? And Yahweh Shai said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me, in the regeneration, the Son of Man shall sit on the throne of his glory, ye shall also sit upon 12 thrones, okay? Judging the 12 tribes of Israel, set in order. Judgment is going to be given directly into your hand. The judgment that Yahweh gave Yahweh Shai, you will partake in that, which we partook of it in the beginning as well. Now we're going to be able to come on earth and set up righteousness, man. As he said, look, 10 cities, because you've been faithful with little here. This is going to give us all and share the earth with us. Women, everything will be returned, restored to glory, so you can't put too much stake in this world. And you have emotions about it. Peter had emotions. He gave up everything. But the Lord said this, and everyone, do you believe this? That's another thing. We have to get to the point to believe these words, man. And everyone that forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive hundredfold. Again, your parents are really, all right, your sons and daughters. It's a hard saying, okay? But the Lord allowed them to meet in this lifetime to bring you forth. But your true origin, your true father is Yahweh, through Yahweh Shai. Thus, sons of God. That's what we are supposed to keep our focus on. Once we get back to that, everything's going to be good. To all these particular friends, man, I love my homie. Man, this is my homie. My last died. Been with him since I was little. He ain't in this truth. There's going to come a point where there's a separation. It may become, if you do that to money, man, you got to understand, receive him back anyway. In whatever capacity the Lord gives him back to the Lord. Women. There's particular women you meet. You're like, this is the ancient unit. Goodness gracious. I know I was with her before. Alright, then something happened. Is that true?
You gotta sit down and ask yourself.
Take away from you. The Lord is with you in her perfection. Okay? Without them crooked ass bottom teeth, perfect. Without them hard ass heels, perfect. Without that stupid ass westernized attitude, perfect. You can have a wife and children, y'all take pictures with the same turtleneck on, the same big ass shoes, jerseys over the turtleneck. Right, you just lovely family, and then all of a sudden, there comes a point where, for the gospel's sake, it may be a hindrance to you. What do? Don't separate. Keep your eyes on the prize, man. This is going longer than I thought. So get a more. You'll receive a hundredfold of all of these things. All of these people that we receive back to you, all right, in their proper order, a hundredfold. and you're going to inherit everlasting life.
John 7:38.
Okay.
He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. That's why the Christian church is gathered together in the huddle. He said,
Los cristianos le gustan confundir.
the Christian church is stacked.
He ordained to continue my
De la visión que tuvo Pedro antes de que vino Cornelio a visitarlo.
this earth. We're finally going to inherit it, starting at the promise. To set up
Que todo lo que
that which the Lord wanted from the beginning.
They act like they can't.
Enjoy your way of us.
You know what I'm saying? But that's all right. It's still
Lo que ellos no
We don't
entienden es que el
appreciate
Señor
it.
se estaba
You know,
refiriendo
then the way
a
he did it,
Cornelio,
it's
porque
like, wow,
Cornelio es
Ezra had a question. Why the Lord do it like that? Why the Lord do it like that?
que también
Why
era
couldn't you just
usado
make
por el
Adam
Imperio
perfect
Romano
and be good?
en Italia.
Well, he wanted the heathen to have the Lord is fair, man. Heathen had their rulerships. Esau, you know, yeah. He wanted it the way he wanted it. And it's a beautiful movement. Romans 8:18. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory that shall be revealed in us. Okay? The earnest expectation of the preacher waited for the manifestation of the Son of God. Now that we're going into some of the scriptures that we hit on Romans 8:29, 28, and we know that all things work together for the good of them that love the Most High, to them who are called according to His purpose. Whom He did foreknow, He did also predestinate to be conformed to the image of His Son, so that He might be the firstborn among His brethren. Moreover, He did predestinate them also to be called, and He called them also to be justified, and He justified them also to be glorified. And as you're going through these trials, the lies that are going to come upon you, you cannot allow your love for this life to bow the knee because of the lie. That would mean you didn't understand the mission of your origin. What can we say to these things? If God be for us, who should be against us? Okay? Verse 35. Who shall separate us from the love of the Mashiach? Shall tribulation, distress, persecution, famine, nakedness, peril, or sword? See? As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for slaughter. We gotta be okay with that. All the condition of the battle. Okay? Of course, sometimes you feel like, damn, like the Lord was with the people of the world more with us. Right? But we have that much more of a hell because what? You're those first ones. Right? We love chastity. That's why it's hard on you. Count it all joy, and that's not easy. Like that picture of that dog and his eyes going both ways and his fire all around him. Like, nay, in all things we are more than conquerors through him that love us. For I'm persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any creature, right? With the creatures, women, children, they're part of that. Dogs. Okay? None of that shall be able to
Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weak from milk, from breast.
By the word of
Precept must be upon precept.
That's why, because they understood their
Line upon line.
mission.
Line upon line.
Okay? The things that they have come across in this life, they just look at it for what it is and they move on. It is what it is. Okay?
Now the picture becomes clearer.
Again, you don't need to walk around kicking stuff over you. You got a business, you don't go to work, kick your wife in the ass, throw plates at her. No, that ain't what that means. But that means nothing, no earthly circumstance will separate you from our life. 2 Timothy 3:3, therefore thou endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahushua HaMashiach. No man that wars entangleth himself unto the affairs of his life. He may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier. Who were chosen to be a soldier here in the war, on the front line of a spiritual war.
What this actually is talking about, the the legacy of the sons of God and how that's going to be on earth. And understanding the moral way. The prophecy, the testimony of Enoch, the spirit of prophecy. And
Common soldier. Champion.
1 Corinthians chapter 2, start at verse 6. Howbeit we speak wisdom among them that are perfect, yet not the wisdom of this world, nor of the princes of this world.
War. Those who are in the military, they're not regular civilians.
Fear. Your fear.
They're in Iraq.
Ignites
They are
obedience.
on mission.
When you have a child that's obedient to you, even if they do something wrong,
Army, then hosts of heaven, angels, heavenly bodies, stars of heaven. All right, so called on account of their number and order that and white.
even if we don't listen to what the flesh requires. So underneath the sacrifice of
I'm gonna leave it there. Hopefully y'all brothers can watch it. This was more for the men of the Lord. But everybody can take
That's why I was trying to say, no man can come up to me except the Father who brought Verse 7 says, but we speak the wisdom of the Most High and mystery, even the hidden wisdom, which the Most High ordained before the world unto our glory, which none of the princes of this world knew. For had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. So they would have known it. He wouldn't have got crucified. And the body is so
these are true origins and born
Isaiah chapter 6, verse 9. And he said, go.
Why were we born? Mission. Understanding the origin, the true origin, mission, get those rooted into the minds, make sure mortal process of mortality starts in the mind. The kingdom of heaven starts with this understanding. We have to truly understand that we are part of it.
Isaiah chapter 6, verse 9. And he said, go and tell these people, hear ye indeed, but understand not. See ye indeed, but perceive not.
Choke them out of the mission. Choke them out of the joy. Conditions.
Like this ain't a regular
Are conditions of battle. Just what they are.
We all got to do it. And it's like you is so clear, and it's like, yo, how do you not see this?
What is our goal? What is the goal? The goal is to get back to our first station. I'm shy. Father. We have a very sound mindset. That's why we're so focused. Work constantly restored to back to our heavenly state. Scriptures, the Torah, Moses gives you understanding the origin of the beginning.
You know the 56. Isaiah 6 and 9. And he said, go tell these people, hear ye indeed, but understand not, see ye indeed, but make the heart of the people fat, and make their eyes heavy.
Choice part. Ash, head, top, summit, upper part.
And shut their eyes, make they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, and convert and be healed. Lord, don't open
family, priest.
You gotta be okay. This one like right now, that can't get that through their head.
God.
That's why they ain't able to grow past what they
Again, the Lord is showing you His order. And God, what? He's the public together. This is the first church. This is the priesthood. After the order of Melchizedek. Right? He's creating heaven and earth. We have lessons on that. Through the blueprint of the Most High, He will complete order. That's if we are that. They were complete order.
This is our Lord, how long?
From the foundation of the earth. To show you this is the state we're fighting to return to.
And the land is utterly desolate.
See, Yahweh Shai Himself, remember, right, His prayer, it's called a high priestly prayer. He's the head of the church. Okay? And you must understand, even Yahweh Shai, that time He came onto the earth, He was born, right, to fulfill prophecy.
Now that's the thing. Thy counsel who have known, except thou give wisdom and send thy Holy Spirit from above.
So that He can be born to fulfill that prophecy. Your life as well, the same way. This is not your beginning, right? You were just chosen to sacrifice to fulfill what was written, so that we can get to the next glory. Okay? Just build this passage before we get to that. Now let's listen to what Yahweh Shai asks, requests of the Father as He finished His course. Okay? This is John 17:4. Yahweh Shai speaking to the Father, showing you they're not the same. He said, I have glorified Thee on earth. I have finished the work which Thou gavest me to do. That's why He was born into the earth. What? Sacrifice.
But I say,
Lamb without blemish. That was all
Moses
prophesied. He was born into this body at this time to fulfill that. And He understood that. He didn't look at that life as a time to please Himself, as a time to be a man, as a time to rule and dominate. Though it's coming, right? That particular life, He wasn't born for that purpose. He was born to do what? Offer Himself up as a sacrifice so that blood can cover us. Needs to let us. We're fighting to get brought back to that glory. Listen to what He said. I have glorified Thee on earth and have finished the work which Thou hast given me to do. And now, O Father, glorify Thou me with Thine own self, the glory which I had before the world was. See that? Listen to that. Glorify Thou me with Thine own self, with the glory which I had with Thee before the world was. Okay, He's going into what He did. He manifested His name. He taught Him. Right? He dealt with the brethren. He did everything that Heavenly Father ordered Him to do. Now, as you go down, their future glory. See? Their future glory. And who's that there? The disciple. The ones who will follow the Lamb whithersoever He goes. Right? The church. Right? As well as those who believe. In verse 22 it says, the glory which Thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, and Thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one. Okay? And that the world may know that Thou hast sent me, and loved me, right? Thou hast loved them, as Thou hast loved me. Okay? Remember, we were a spiritual family before we were a physical family on earth. Okay? This family in the heavens was headed by Yahweh Shai, the Most High God. Yahweh spoke Yahweh Shai into existence. Right? At that point, there was the first spirits to be an aid and a help unto them. And then on earth, it started with Adam, okay? The sons of God, which fell from their glorious estate to be rulers, right, as judges and priests of the entire earth. Okay? And you read story will be in 7.
No, and you see that.
At the time of Adam's fall, from that point, we had to deal with infection. Okay? At the time Solomon was
They don't want to receive that comes out of the
established
They're offended thereby.
40 years of peace, eventually we fell from that. Why? Because of the flesh.
Hebrews 4:2.
From that point on, the chapter gives you an outline of the various different captivities that we have to suffer right before we get brought back to our heavenly estate. So Yahweh Shai in this chapter is praying for us, praying to the Father to restore him to his rightful order and restore us. This is glory which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, as we are. I and them, thou and me, that they may be made perfect in one. That the world may know that thou hast sent me, and hast loved them, as thou loved me. Father, I will that they also, whom thou hast given me, be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory. Be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory, which thou hast given me, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. This is what we are fighting for, to return to our heavenly estate. Alright? As you read prophecy, it says in the latter days, the remnant will wake up. Okay? The priests, they will prophesy, they will stand on their feet as a great army. Eventually being roughly changed to their back to what? Their heavenly estate. No longer mortal bodies. Okay? But within that, we would have to have parents that met. Okay? Born, all of these things. Eventually we will wake up for our true calling. Okay? And nothing else matters above that true calling. Now it says here, as we see here, it says, without loving me before the foundation of the world. We go to Ephesians 1:3. Blessed be God and Father of our Lord Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, who has blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Mashiach, according as he has chosen us in him before the foundation of the world. Okay, so there are a group of firstborn spirits that were with Yahweh Shai before the foundation of the world. Okay, he has chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestinated us as adopted children by Yahweh Shai HaMashiach himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Okay, so the mission that we have as we awaken in the latter days is to fight, okay, is to get back to that heavenly estate. And it's all written, right? But as Paul said here, right, Galatians 5, please God, who separated me from my mother's womb, called me by his grace, okay? For what purpose? To preach into the Gentiles, okay? We have that same lot, okay? He chose us from the foundation of the earth, all right, for our purpose. Now, as you Paul, he had a life before he was called to his true calling. Okay, we all have these lives. We all have these particular things that, you know, even born into parents now. The beautiful thing about that is Yahweh Shai, right? To show you when he was born, he had Joseph as his father and Mary as his mother. Okay, but if we understand the truth and we understand our true origin, that's not our true parents. Those were parents who the Lord had come together within that lifetime and these lifetimes, this lifetime, right? All of us are miracles. Each member of the elect, we're all miracles. So, but the Lord had our parents come together.
They that remain shall know that there is nothing better than the fear of the Lord, and that there is nothing sweeter than to take heed of the commandments
put into that body for a purpose. See? So we were separated from our mother's womb, all right, through the seed of man, all right, to be called by his grace. Okay, as he told Jeremiah, Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. Okay, and ordained thee a prophet unto the nation. See that? So before we were born, in whatever lifetime we were born in, hopefully this is the final one. The Lord chose us for a purpose. So understanding your true origin helps you to look at this life, all right, as a mission. To look at these bodies as merely costumes to spy out the land. Okay, and the families you have, though you respect and honor your father, your mother, okay, if you have a wife, you love your wife, if you have a child, you do the best that you can, but none of those things should be able to separate you, all right, from Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, if you understand your true origin, and if you understand what the mission is now. Right, this is the book of Isaiah 49. 5. Now said Yahweh, form me from the womb to be his servant. See, that's the only reason your mother and father came together. Okay? To form you so that you can grow up and serve the Lord. Okay, to bring Jacob again to him. See, this is a part of our mission. To preach the word that the elect may reality, which is a sacrifice. We have to make our bodies a true sacrifice for this mission. It takes a lot. It says to bring Jacob again to him. Alright? Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of Yahweh. And my God shall be my strength. Isaiah was one of those men. Jeremiah was one of those men. Habakkuk. There are various of them. You read about some of them we never read about. That's in the book of Sirach, the 44th chapter. Okay, the Lord gave us a very small insight of our legacy. You're able to put the pieces together. It's a beautiful thing, right? But He doesn't show that mystery to everybody. Okay, so a lot of people come to understanding that the Israelites, they look at it based upon this life. See? They don't understand that it's a sacrifice. They don't understand, right, that there's a greater glory coming. We weren't sent here to be the man. We weren't sent here to get the praise of men and all these various different things. Now, brothers teaching them going to have those take our life. The spirit is drawn to you. Those may be people who followed you in another life. We're all back in this life meeting up all over again. We cannot put earthly, carnal body, the praises of men and all of that above the mission. Yahweh Shai himself had far more power than we do in his body, right? He didn't make it about himself. Why should we? Okay? Now, Isaiah 49:6, he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the child. Jacob, it's a light thing. It's simple. Nobody said it was easy. It's a light thing. It says, restore the preserved of Israel, the remnant. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles. See? That thou mayest be my salvation. We just did a lesson on who salvation is for. Okay? So this is why we were born. Right? We were born for this purpose. This is our mission. To do what? To restore the preserved of Israel through what? Preaching the word. You read about it in various scriptures and it just kind of goes over your head. Okay? You were born to the seed of a man. You came out of the womb of a mother for this purpose. Okay? We read things like this.
You got people like that. When they go back to
Revelation 11. Just get to the point. 11. After 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood on their feet. Great fear fell on them which saw them. This is linked directly to Ezekiel 37th chapter. The prophets preaching. The dry bones will be awakened in the spirit. Okay? It's through the spirit of the Most High God, Yahweh Shai, who sent them down the Holy Spirit. But you are a vessel born into the earth to fulfill that. See, now this says a lot in just 3 sentences, just a few words. See? It started with Abba Bivens, High Priest Abba Bivens, and then from there, eventually the prophets would awaken, the word would grow and grow and grow and grow. And each one of the teachers, they needed parents. They needed parents to birth them into the earth for these purposes. But that ain't their origin. See? And what does that lead to? And they heard a great voice from heaven saying to them, come up hither. And they ascended up into heaven in the cloud, and beheld them being beamed back up to return to our heavenly estate. Which second chapter gives you an insight to the family reunion, where we're going to be face to face with Yahushua being crowned, drinking wine with them, praising, singing songs. Okay? So we're here to speak this into existence. Let's go here real quick. And our forefathers understood this. So I want you to understand this. Okay, it's easier for you to be a sacrifice. Alright, because that's exactly what you were chosen to be, a sacrifice. Okay? This is Hebrews 11:13, speaking of our forefathers. Okay? It says, these all died in faith, not having received the promises. Okay? See, they understood the promise, and they understood that they were a sacrifice, to be an example for those in the latter times who would wake up for this very purpose, to be brought back to our heavenly estate and be inheritors of the land, the promised land, right? It says, these all died in faith, right? Not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded with them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims in the earth. Strangers and pilgrims in the earth. They understood that they were only pilgrims. Now, let's go to this scripture here. I have it, 1 Peter 2:11. This is what Peter said to us. Okay? That's holy priesthood. Okay? 1 Peter 2:11. Dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust which war against the this flesh is what has always separated us from the Father. So as we're on this mission, okay, you meet women, right, you have children, okay, you have families, okay, you see these things can deter you from the mission if you get too attached to them and look at them above what they are. Okay, all they are is conditions of the battle, nothing more. See, and we'll get that in the 7th chapter. Now, when you look up this term pilgrim, okay, he said, dearly beloved is Dawadah, David, the house of David, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims. See, this is the mindset you must have, right, as pertaining to this life. We're just strangers and pilgrims. This is not our world. Okay, as a matter of fact, let's go to the book of 3rd chapter. Let's look at that word pilgrim as well. 1 John 3:1. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed on us, that we should be called the sons of God. Okay? Look, Yahushua's true origin was directly from the Father, and we follow after that order through him. That's our true Father. That's our true origin. The parents we have here, really, we're the fathers of them. Okay? But you do respect and honor them. Okay? And they may have spirits on them, but these all are conditions of battle. If you allow these earthly relationships with your wife and your child to deter you from the mission, then you will not fit. This is why Yahushua said those hard sayings. If any man comes to me and hate not his mother, his father, his brother, whatever, alright, is not willing to let it all go, then you don't understand the mission, and you don't understand your true origin. So understanding your true origin and understanding this mission, and that you're just a pilgrim, helps you to cope with the hell that comes in this flesh, and you understand that, look, the victory is already written. You just have to endure. And it's easier said than done, all right? Through Yahweh Bashim Shai and having the right mindset as pertaining to all of these things you have before you in this world and this flesh. It's easier to deal with. Things are easier to overcome. But when you start to look at these things more than what they are, and you start to look at those things as the end-all, be-all, and look at this life as your true origin, you lose sight. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. That is an honor. Okay? Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. See, people do not understand what you feel. People do not, even your woman. Okay, nobody will ever understand what you as a man of the Lord go through mentally, your experience, the battle you have. Okay, now they may believe on your words, the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashim Shai, which that's a good thing, and they have faith in what you are saying, but they can never understand. All right, and then outside of that, okay, the people in the world, they look at us as weirdos. They look at us as crazy. The world knoweth us not. Our own people are like, what? What are you doing? They walk by the camp. See, but we're men on a mission. Okay, we don't count our whole lives anything or worth anything. Look, we're here to serve Yahweh Bashim Shai. Okay, and that goes into that saying, they love not their lives but their death. Get it. Okay? See, most of the people who are here, they love their lives. Okay? To the point where these things in this world, this origin, this is all for them. They don't know of anything past this. And we can't have that mindset. See, and that separates us. Okay? The world knoweth us not because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, because we are fighting to return to that origin. Okay, we'll get all of that. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him. We shall see him as he is. And he prayed for us. He did his job to get back to the right-hand side, his origin, his original order as the priest of the Most High. Now we have to do our duties, and all of these things were written for the foundation of the earth. We were just given this body to complete the mission. And this is the last body in this, in these kind of tabernacles that we're going to have to deal with. 2 Corinthians, the 5th chapter deals with that. I'll do a lesson on that another time. Scripture we get into. It says, and every man that hath this hope in him purifies himself, even as he is pure. You see that? Every man that hath this hope purifies. If you understand this, if you understand what you're truly fighting for, purify yourself. You're immovable. Okay? You're walking toward immortality. You're walking towards the promised land. Understanding that this is just a mission, and everything that you encounter is just a condition of the battle. Are you going to be overcome by it? No, you have to overcome that. Yahweh Shai did it. Okay? So going back to this point. Okay, let's read it again. Dearly beloved, 2 Peter 2:11. I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust. Now we'll look up this term, pilgrims. That's what we are. We're strangers and pilgrims. One who comes from a foreign country to a city or land, and reside there by the side of thieves. This world is peaceful. We're just residing here to complete our mission. Apartments, the cars, all of these things are only temporal for us. We understand that this is not our rest. This is filthy and polluted. Our job is to speak the end into existence. That's why you were born. That is the purpose of you being born. Now, the families you do have, okay, you have to look at it like this. Just the definition of that. Because that's what trips up a lot of Jacob. The families you have, right? Let's say your child, your wife, your child, okay, they can be given unto you, and maybe they could be delivered, all right, through your sacrifice. But they can also be given unto you and taken away All right, for what? The purpose of the test, the trial.
Yeah, that's
You will overcome, all right, by those things that you've encountered in this flesh that you were born into. And guess what? You're not fit to be a disciple of Yahweh. This is one of the most hardcore things to be a part of. See, you must understand that. See, understanding these things helps you move forward. Understanding your purpose and the things you encounter as just what they are. Job, everything, man. That's why the elect, all right, our forefathers took those deaths. See, you look at the followers of Yahweh, the men of the Lord, the prophets, they took the death they took, they lived the life they lived because they understood this. We got to understand this. A stranger sojourning in a strange place, a foreigner, this world is not for us. Okay? Even if we went back to Jerusalem, we'd be foreigners. Right? Because according to prophecy, these heathen would have to rule. Okay? And through them being destroyed, then we return to our rightful place. That's why we are strangers. We are strangers in heaven. Strangers, pilgrims.
they probably doing a hard time with money. Lord, help me out. They don't think about when they have joyous times and nothing like that. And our people, they do think about it. Majority of them, like you said, the church is going to think what?
Near, neighboring,
stranger,
stranger, foreigner, one who lives in a place without the right to citizenship. We don't belong here. Metaphorically, without citizenship in God's kingdom. One who lives on earth as a stranger, a sojourner on earth, of followers of Yahweh Shai. Their home is in heaven. That's our true calling.
They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel to anger. They are gone away back.
Family of God, followers of Yahweh Shai, church, New Testament. Now, what is the origin of the church? All right, this is Colossians, speaking of Yahweh Shai. 1:17, it says, for all things, first spirit created by the Most High God, Yahweh, and by him all things created. He is the head of the body, the church. He is the beginning, right? Alpha and Omega, the first of the dead, that in all things he might have preeminence.
We're delivered up and get changed to a new body.
That in him we should all things as well. So there was a church in the beginning. We read about that in the beginning. The Lord was showing you his church, his congregation, his priesthood, right? He's the priest of the Most High God, the Son of God. Right? Melchizedek. Now, let's get this too. There shall be no flesh left. So the Lord got to come back to the angel and purify the earth. 12:22. Then by way of
we
are come unto the Mount
purification has to happen because he saw
the city of the
the
living God, the
world.
heavenly
He's
Jerusalem,
been in rulership. When the scripture first started out,
into an innumerable company of
he
angels,
saw it's the wicked.
to the general assembly,
The end of the world,
right, in church of the firstborn, right, which are written in heaven, and to God, the judge of all, right, the spirits of just men made perfect, right, we're literal immortals living in mortal flesh.
Repent ye therefore,
Okay, when you look at this word,
that your sins may
firstborn,
be blotted out,
okay,
and the time of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord.
Repent ye, therefore for your transgression be blotted out. And how is the transgression be blotted out? Through the mercy of Yahweh
firstborn,
Shai.
right, man,
Right? It's going to be blotted
that's
out.
on earth. We see the elect of the firstborn in heaven. Okay,
Acts 3:19.
first in time or place, in any succession of
Repent ye
kings
therefore and
or
be
persons,
converted,
firstly
that your
rank,
sins may be blotted out,
influence, honor,
when the
the
time
chief.
of refreshing shall come from
Okay,
the
and that's
presence
why
of
the Lord said he's going to restore us.
Alright? So shall not be repent. Alright? Now I love to bring out like to again and
Mission aspect. You have to understand your origin.
that is what you're supposed to do. Get your mind
That
out of
helps you
this
see
word.
things more clearly. It helps you to stay on. You see, Yahweh Shai constantly boasted of his mission. I'm here to do this. Be sacrificed. We're here to offer up our bodies as a living sacrifice. Okay? See, Yahweh Shai sacrifice as well as the first fruits sacrifice needs to everyone of that family being brought back to glory, man. Alright, so don't look at yourself as just some regular nigga. Okay? This is Isaiah 1 and 26. Now restore thy judges in the first. This is what's happening. This is the process. Alright? And thy counselors at the beginning. Alright, now when we read Genesis 1 and 1, God, Elohim, the word Elohim is what? Rulers, judges, divine ones. Okay? God-like. That's what I say. The house of David should be as God. Works or special possessions of God. Okay? The first fruits. See? As we read here in the book of Isaiah, He's going to restore us to that first state. This is why we're here. So I will restore thy judges in the first, and thy counselors in the beginning, afterwards thou shalt call it righteousness, faithful city. That's your government, right? Being Yahweh Shai, right? The first fruits. The one who made heaven and earth, and given unto them. Right, by the Most High, Yahweh Shai. That's the wow. Yeah, this is a heavy thing we're part of. It's not low level. Now going back to this okay,
a las playas de amor en Chimichagua. Gabriel Padilla, César Cepeda.
A person traveling to a holy place. You were born into this life. Alright? To do what? Receive the word eventually on your way to the holy place. You're traveling to a holy place. Okay? Once we receive the body, back down on earth and set up our kingdom. See, this kingdom was for us. This kingdom would have to rule. Right? Become our kingdom. We're just about at the end of Esau's world. We're here traveling to a holy place. We can't look at this world as the end-all be-all of our lives. Okay, again, we have no
12 sombras, ahora viejas ya no reman, ya no crujen maderamente en el agua, solo quedan los recuerdos en la arena, donde ya se dormitando la piragua, donde ya se dormitando la piragua. Era la piragua de Guillermo Cubillo, era la piragua, era la piragua, era la piragua de Guillermo Cubillo, era la piragua, era la piragua.
Take you away from your purpose and off your mission if you would not, you don't get it, you never got it in the first place. Your ego, the fact that you get called out or something was told to you about your spirit that you might need to change. And some men say, you know what? I didn't sign up for this, and they leave. All right. Well, Yahweh Shai could have had that same mindset. Did he? He could have been like, I'm going to get spat on. I'm going to let these crackers whoop my ass and leave, go through all of this hell. He could have did that, but he understood his mission. Okay? So as pilgrims, we are persons traveling. Okay? Nothing more. Or to discharge some vow or religious obligation. We're here, right? When you enter into this church, ultimately you take a vow. Alright? And you have an obligation, as Paul said. 1 Corinthians 9 and 16. Though I preach the gospel, I have nothing to glory in, but necessity is laid on me. Yea, woe to me if I preach not the gospel. Right? That's why you were given this gift. all right, the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, all right, for a duty amongst the church.
We found out that the Holy Spirit that the world is, okay, somebody get your well from last that Babylon the Great is going to be destroyed. We found out that the Holy Spirit,
Every one of us,
that is controlled and ran by the Son of America. Okay?
grace
Joel 3,
according to the
19,
measure of the gift.
Egypt shall be a desolation. You know, the scriptures describe that the Israelites
Sins we
brought
live
the
in our
Spirit
life, sins we live in this life. He gave us grace that we can offer up our sacrifices. Then He covered.
See that again? Egypt shall be a desolation, right? And Edom shall be desolate. Right? We
Never
know the
take
only
that
nation that was
sacrifice
described, the only country that was described as being total annihilation.
But unto every one of us is given grace according to the measure of the gift of
Okay,
Mashiach.
right here, it's labeled Egypt. Okay, and then it says
Wherefore
Edom.
He said, He
Okay,
ascended up
because
on
what you
high.
find out is when you put your spiritual captivity together, Esau, Edom, and children of modern day Babylon, which will be the final
When did
captivity.
He ascend up on high? After He completed His mission.
Revelation chapter 11,
Sacrifice,
verse
rose,
6. When they shall have
broke
finished their
bread,
testimony, the
took
beast that
brothers and
stood out of the bottom of
40
the pit
days,
shall make
40
war
nights,
against them,
send it back
and shall
on
overcome them
high.
and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the
Right
street with great
here.
sin.
He told His disciples, you're going to have tribulation.
Ultimately, Esau, Edom, according to the Old Scripture, would have a damage.
Where we are.
That's described in the Scripture.
Okay?
He would have
He
his world
ascended up on
rulership.
high.
His world
Able to
rulership
act as high
predicated
priest in
upon
heaven
him
and sit
being a
down
lower
gifts
state.
to men,
And we're coming out of that lower state. What starts?
gathering the tribes back together, preaching of the gospel.
And then Revelation 11:8. Their dead bodies shall lie in the street
Yeah,
like
little
they
old you, He
sin.
made
Spiritually
sure
across
that
Sodom and
the
Egypt.
body
Spiritually across
lowly
Sodom and
wouldn't be
Egypt. What does that mean?
in
Spiritually across Sodom and
wouldn't be
Egypt.
attached
Same
to
thing
this
that happened to dead. So the same thing you can link here. How is this place spiritually
look at
Sodom?
it, right?
Come on now.
Right?
What
It says,
throw me in?
all right, but
How wise is Egypt? This is a hard
Now,
captivity in
part of that family,
okay, and you look at the symbolism of the dollar bill, the symbolism, all right, on the building, you look at both of those actions.
right? What is it? But that He also descended first
Okay,
into the
many
lower
things
parts of
that
the earth.
we
Did not He have to
see
come
in our
down
daily life go
as a
back to
man to
Egypt.
the loins and lineage of David
Okay,
to
so
complete
this
His
is that
mission?
spiritual Sodom, spiritually
Okay.
fulfilling the works of Sodom and Egypt.
He that descended is the same also that descended on
400 years,
far
400 some
from heaven,
years,
that He might
right?
do all things. He gave some apostles, some prophets,
Remember the day when we came out from Egypt,
pastors,
out of the house of bondage,
for the perfecting of the saints who work in the ministry, edifying of the body of Mashiach, till all come to
double straight. Okay,
the
Jeremiah.
knowledge of the Son of God. You gotta understand Yahweh Shai.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Yahweh Shai didn't just show up as Yahweh Shai in the book of
The
Matthew.
spiritually is called Sodom and
Fact.
Egypt. Also, the Lord was crucified. The ways of righteousness next time. That's here in America. All right, we're in a dead state, but as we see now, we ain't got to get it. Eventually, we should wake up. And us being in that retreat, verse 9. And they of the people and kindred and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies for days and a half. And even nations which are like nothing unto the Heavenly Father saw us in a dead state. Now, what happened in that 3 days and a half?
Oh, Bethlehem,
The heathen
are
were all
only a
out.
small village
Okay, you
among
have
all
over
the
200
people of
years of
Judah.
free laborers of
Yet
Esau.
a ruler of Israel
Imagine
was
if you have a business.
ones
and you don't have
whose
to pay
origins
employees.
are from the distant
Of
past.
course you will be on top, right?
See, Yahweh Shai didn't just pop
He
up.
creates this pseudo science to say the reason
That
he's up there
spirit
and we're down
goes
here,
back
we're
to
here.
the beginning.
So really, it's because
His origins are from the distant past,
because you got it by your
from the beginning.
If I had
Right?
250 years
In
to
the
get
first
ahead of the
two
race,
spirits, what
yes, I'm gonna be ahead of the race.
Right?
And I'm present.
So he understood that his true father was Yahweh. All right? He still honored his earthly parents. But when it came time, look, he told him, look, I'm here to do my father's business. Mary came to him. Hey, look, woman, I'm about my father's business. So he put his father's business above even his own parents. But he kept the law. He honored them. Right? So we all have been given this gift
shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half.
Measure of the gift.
They shall not suffer their dead
Purpose
bodies
of what?
Right, they're not gonna
Going out
dead bodies.
and doing what the Heavenly Father. We all have our particular role in the
They're gonna
church.
lick the wounds. They're gonna make money off
Now,
it.
going back to
Because the Israelites being in a dead estate means what? Well, and prosperity for the evil. That's why if you look at what
we
the
go
Great
out and preach the
Awakening,
gospel, I have nothing to glory in, but necessity is laid.
mistake. All right? He's putting all kind of money
This is our mission.
out there looking for targets. Right.
We weren't born to be the world's greatest dad. We weren't born to be the greatest husband. See, a lot of Israelites like to glory in those things and put that above the true mission.
Meanwhile, look.
We're going to have families. We're gonna, and if you understand that, you're good. We're going to have I mean, come on, man. What does the Lord tell Peter, man? Everything you've given up, he's going to receive back 100-fold. So yeah, if your family happens to be delivered, there's nothing wrong with loving your wife, there's nothing wrong with loving your children. All of these things, they can become a distraction. They can turn you from the mission. That's why the Lord sometimes takes families from brothers, and some brothers are like, that's just, damn, it's too much, I can't have it. Well, that means that ultimately you don't understand the mission. You need to pray for more faith. It's a hard saying, and these are hard things to ingest, but you are of that first fruit body, you're going to overcome death. Overcome all of that.
Which is really what? The house of David, the tabernacle of David. When the tabernacle of David was set up, he put hell on the heathen. And the heathen know and remember that. So their spirits know like
necessity imposed by circumstances, conditions, and regarded one's advantage, custom, argument, levity, distress, strengths, and that's what comes with teaching this word. You have to live as a civilian, but you're really a warrior. You're at war. You're not a civilian, yet you have to live as a civilian, yet you're really on the front line of a spiritual war.
Right, that same breath that Adam received.
Right?
Right, we now partaking of that breath. All right, but
Woe unto me if I preach not the gospel.
showing you that there's no way.
Or if I do this willingly, I have a reward. But if against my will, right, because you have people that start to blame the truth, the mission, the fact that their life is so garbage, okay, and then they fall out. And they think they're going back to living happiness. Oh boy. What the hell of what it says against my will, the dispensation of the gospel.
Now we're back in a lively state, man. This is a proverb.
If I were doing this on my own initiative, I would deserve payment. But I have no choice. God has given me this sacred trust. See, He's giving you this sacred trust. But you're doing it as you're a pilgrim in Babylon the Great, in the various different captivities where we are, on our way to the holy place, okay, fulfilling our religious obligations, which religion just really means what you serve, what you do. Okay? It says, or seeking some miracle or spiritual benefit. And that's what we're doing. A traveler. We're just traveling here. You can't put too much into this life. Okay? Now, get this Hebrews 2:11. He that sanctified and they who are sanctified are all of one. I wish I had the first
the Lord shall bring you into Egypt again. Now everybody want to go up to the first. All these Christians want to know all the Christians. You're experts on the first.
Follow the
You never
plan
brought
with
this
the
out.
subject goal.
They didn't bring out these
The disciples started. Right? But
seminary being what? A place for a seed is planted. They planted lies into you. Okay?
Those men are sent on earth to fulfill or do particular things in their order for the purpose of the Lord's story to be fulfilled. Isn't that not a beautiful thing? Right? Both he that sanctified and they who are sanctified are all of one, which calls he is not ashamed to call them brethren. See? We're brethren. Right? He had been
truth overcame them. One comment was blame what you didn't understand. These curses didn't just all one tribe, all tribes. Now Judah did get the worst of the
This is John
bitter end of it.
15:27. He shall bear witness because he has been with me from the beginning.
And what did they
Been
do?
with
They
me
rejected
from the
him.
beginning.
So Judah do got to
How was I saying?
It's harder on Judah, but it's hard on all the tribes.
All right? His brothers. It says, saying, I will declare thy name unto my brethren in the midst of the church. God, but to me. And again, I will put my trust in him. And again, behold, I and the children which God hath given me, and ride or die by them. Okay? For as much then as the children are partakers of flesh and blood,
Right here.
father and mother,
You know? So it's undeniable that
chocolate milk, chicken nuggets, all types of madness. We had to, but how was I did too? It says, he also himself likewise took part of the same, showing you ain't no virgin birth. Let's read this again. For as much then as children are partakers of flesh and blood, okay, it's evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah. They were all Israelites. It says, he also himself likewise took part of the same. Yahushua was born while Rome was ruling. His parents had to run from Herod. He was raised in Nazareth. After his parents, mother and father moved to Egypt, eventually ended up in Nazareth, the subdivision of Nazareth called Galilee. Not the most richest neighborhood. That's where he was raised up. That's why they say, can any good thing come out of Nazareth? He literally lived, we're walking in his footsteps.
And it says again too. That shows that, you know,
We need to sanctify. We liken unto Gentiles. We are likened unto the circumcision.
it says again.
Him.
You can't say this prophecy God you fulfilled that. It says again with the ship.
So he himself also likewise took part of the same, that through death he might destroy him that had power over death, and that is the devil. That's what we were fighting to return to. The same thing he did, return to the Father, to his rightful position on the right-hand side. And we don't even really fully understand that. Look up right hand in Greek. It's like it's a special thing. He was a special place of honor. So what, he's like, you think right hand, like how would God just sit? Man, that, just imagine what he was doing up there. Just imagine what we were doing with him. To really fully understand everything. Right? See, we don't have as much of the gospel music to get salvation, but this particular thing. Alright, you won't really fully get and understand until we're face to face with the power shot.
Alright? And nobody's gonna have fail. Go ahead.
So he came to destroy death and conquer death. And to deliver them who in fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage. We've been subject to bondage since the fall of Adam. What is the bondage? These bodies. That's what separates us from the Most High. We can't be born in this flesh, right? To the best of our ability. What does it say in 2 Corinthians chapter? I'm going to read it all. 2 Corinthians 5:2. In this body, we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle was dissolved, we have a building of God, a house not made with eternal.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
This we groan, earnestly desiring to be clothed upon
There
house.
he shall be sold unto
This is
your
what we're
enemies,
fighting for,
to
man.
bond men and bond women slaves. And no man shall buy you.
Our natural origin.
Sold is the past
Verse 16, for verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on the seed of Abraham. Okay, Yahushua came in the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was born in the book of Matthew, the book of Luke, and all of these gospels. He fulfilled the prophecy. Wherefore, in all things, if you
no man will be able to do that.
Yahushua wanted to get back to his rightful glory. That's why he was so dead set on doing his duty, that he might be merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God to make reconciliation. That was his duty. All right, let's go to the book. Second Ezra 7. This chapter, man, goodness gracious, chapter makes a lot more sense. It talks about how in order to get to the wide, we have to go through the straight. We were just supposed to have the wide. That's what Adam was set up for. But sin, the fall, right? And what happened? Adam was kicked out of the garden. He was kicked out of Eden. He was kicked out of Jerusalem. Right? The Son of God was kicked out. And we were able to return there at the time. David and Solomon for 40 years. And eventually we messed up. Okay? And eventually got kicked out again. But eventually at the time of 70 AD, the Lord pretty much destroyed the temple. And we've been scattered ever since. They have Israelites are still over there, actual seed of Abraham. But us as a nation, we ain't been there. So to get back there, you had to go through these prophecies, man. Daniel the 2nd chapter, those are captivities where we would be scattered and go through what we had to go through in order to get to where we got to get. Okay? So to get to the wide, we have to go narrow. The straight gate, positions of difficulty. That's what this chapter is about. Verse 6. There is also another thing. The city is set upon a broad field, full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow and is set in a dangerous place to fall, like as if it were a fire on the right hand and deep water. The only path between the both, between the fire and water, so small that there could be but one man go there at once. See? That's how hard it's like to get to the That's why the Lord has to put the Spirit on us. Things we have to go through, things, prophesying, it says, this city will now given unto a man for an inheritance, the promised land. Okay? If he shall never pass the danger before it, how should he receive his inheritance?
If that's how you know that Babylon the Great in Revelation 18 is ran by the Edomites. A particular nation, it ain't just Babylon.
Because for their sake I made the world. This whole world was created, all right, for one particular chosen seed to dominate, rule, and show the rest of the heathen how to live, to be priests, to teach them the law, to show them the ways. But what happened? We always, because of this flesh, what do we always do?
He saw the end of the world. Now we'll read that again. Joel 3:19 reads, Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness.
God made man to be immortal. What man? The chosen, the Israelites. First,
but Judah shall dwell forever.
Right? But it tracks. Right? The seed of the whole Bible.
That's that Babylon is great.
Christians have messed up. You've tried to take the Bible, X the chosen seed out, and replace it with all of these heathen. They ain't gonna work because we're here. We're born into the earth. We survived the crack, we survived the inhalators and all the chemicals, all right, and we here. Tampico, juice, blue juice, what was that? Cow plus ice cream sandwiches.
It says, rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom.
Hog head cheese, all of the crap, and we're here. Everything that was designed to destroy us, we overcame it. How much more are we going to overcome? So God created man to be immortal. This was how we were supposed to be. We weren't supposed to suffer death. We were supposed to enjoy the earth, and that's the hard part. We're here on the earth, and we can't enjoy it. So what do? You try to look for out. You try to sneak. You try to twist. And just create. It's hell, especially as an Israelite man. Now, especially now knowing the truth, knowing how it's supposed to be, knowing what it's to be going to, what you got to deal with this.
Thou shalt be drunken and shall make thyself naked. It says,
the earth was made to enjoy. So here it is. We have to live in it, in our own creation, in hell. That's why 2nd Ezra 7 is going to say the same. When God created man to be immortal and made him to be an image of his own eternity,
break it up. Everybody's cursing out there. You eat my church,
right? Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world. They that behold decide find it. Envy of the devil came death into the world. We weren't supposed to suffer like this. However, okay? So read this again, 2 7:11. Because for their sakes I made the world, and when Adam transgressed my statute, then was the creed, that now is done, hell. Then were the entrance of this world made narrow. To get back to paradise, we have to go through hell.
What you've been doing, what you've done with this whole
full of sorrow, hell, and see through Abraham who had promised that land back. A lot of people go, Abraham sending them back. Right? Abraham was in there.
They want people when they're people like this. Penny back. I'll be happy to lineage.
The purpose of him. Right? Jacob, what did the Lord give him? He gave him that land that Adam was kicked out of. Okay, so there's covenants and things along the way that we should be thankful for. Our forefathers' sacrifices, all right, are what allows us to have this chance. So we now have our sacrifice. We have to look at it that way. We have to put the mission above the pleasures and above the emotions and everything else that comes to this world. And sometimes we be so focused on that it cause you earthly hell. Anyway, therefore, with the interests of this world made narrow, sorrow and travail, they are few and perils and very pain. The interests of the elder world made wide and sure. When Adam was set up in the garden, it tells you the flourishing power. Now, if you go down, you go down. Now that he's understanding, like, damn, there's going to take all of this to get back to immortality. What did he say? Verse 48. Oh, Adam, what hast thou done? For though it was thou that sinned, thou art not fallen alone, but we all that come of thee. Okay, see, that's the sons of God. Okay, the Nephilim, the fallen ones. We fell right from our estate as rulers, as leaders, true judges. We came onto the earth and fumbled, we messed up. Okay, that's why we had to undergo all of this hell. And he's like, Adam, what hast thou done? He was like even asking the angel, why didn't the Lord just make Adam to do right, so that we wouldn't have to go through this?
Isaiah chapter 51, verse 22.
He wanted us to go. Now we understand that going off and following the serpent ain't
Thus said thy Lord the Lord, and thy power that leapeth
okay,
all
we've been here before. It says, as though it was thou that sinned, thou art not fallen alone, but all that come of thee. How are all of those that come of him counted according to the Holy Scriptures? Through Seth, read Genesis 5, through Seth, and so forth. Those are the sons of God. You have Noah, who had Shem, and Japheth, the chosen. Shem, name, legacy, name. But all continue from you had 12 sons in the latter days. Physical seed.
Right, I have taken out of thy hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury.
And the remnant are going to
Thou shalt no more drink it again. And that was fury. You look at what happened.
Okay, this is why we were born. Lord never let that seed never cut off. He says, what profit is it unto us that if there being promised an immortal time, we have done the works that bring forth death? That's the Lord's mystery. That's a mystery. Now you keep going down, I'm going to just jump to the point.
No matter what you take, if you got something that God, you got ain't following God,
Verse 57, then answered me and said, this is the condition of the battle. Everything you go through, your bloat, your stomach, okay, your family, your baby mama tripping, taking kids, okay, your wife flipping out and you may have to leave her. And when you think of these things, you're like, how can that be? Well, the Lord's done it before. Beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial which you are witnessing, as though some strange thing happened to you. It's happened to various men. Losing a job. Okay? Hey, hell, you may lose a foot. You know what the Lord gonna do. What He's wrote for us. We don't know. But brothers are living, we're living in a time where the pains of our walk, we're feeling it now, more than ever. But guess what? It's just the condition of the battle. Are you going to be overcome by those things? Do you look at this as your origin? Do you understand your mission? This is the condition of the battle which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. Okay? That if he be overcome, he shall suffer, as thou hast said. Are you going to be overcome? But if he get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say, the kingdom. See? These two scriptures right here are heavy. This is the condition of the battle. You are immortal spirit is immortal flesh. Alright? Serving out the end of your our punishment. Okay?
And why dost thou make
I will put it into the hands of
Luke 14:26. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, in his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. That's like saying for someone who is what? Nah, like boy Alazar said, I'm not gonna have no boring I'm gonna live it up. That is a man with an earthly mindset. Now, there's nothing wrong with having fun. There's particular days that should be sacred, holy, set apart from the behaviors of this world. That's all we're saying. But anyway, what was Yahweh Shai saying when he said this? Because a lot of people like to come to this truth and they want to make it about family and this and that, which is nothing wrong with families. Families do their thing, but is this the family that we should be worried about? The first fruits. That's our true origin. Okay? What did Yahweh Shai say? Who is my mother? Who is my brother? Those who do the will of the Lord. Okay? People we encounter in this life, some of them happen to be delivered through our sacrifice. All halal, how Shai. But just know these things be given unto you, taken away as a test. And if you be overcome, that's on you. Do you really believe what Yahweh Shai said when he told Peter? Or sickness. It could be a sickness. It could be anything. We all have our own bag of hell. Okay? That we have to deal with. Alright? And it was all written. And there's no way out. Okay? Matthew 19:27. And then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and have followed thee. What shall we have therefore? And Yahweh Shai said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit on the throne of his glory, ye shall also sit upon 12 thrones, okay, judging the 12 tribes of Israel, setting things in order. Judgment is going to be given directly into your hands. The judgment that Yahweh gave Yahweh Shai, you will partake in that, which we partook of it in the beginning as well. Now we're going to be able to come on earth and set up righteousness, man. He said, look, it was 10 cities, because you've been faithful with little here. This is going to give us all, share the earth with us. Our women, everything's going to be returned, restored to glory. So you can't put too much stake in this world. And you have emotions about it. Peter had emotions. We gave up everything. But the Lord said this, and everyone, do you believe this? That's another thing. We have to make it a point to believe these words, man. And everyone that forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive. Again, your parents are really, all right, your sons and daughters. It's a hard saying, okay? But the Lord allowed them to meet in this lifetime to bring you forth. But your true origin, your true father is Yahweh through Yahushua. Thus, sons of God. That's what we are supposed to keep our focus on. Once we get back to that, everything's going to be good. So all of these friends, particular friends, man, I love my friends. I love my homie. My ride or die. They went to little, but he ain't in his truth. But there's going to come a point where there's a separation. And it may become that man, you got to understand, we're going to receive him back anyway. In whatever capacity the Lord restores him back to you, or women. There's particular women you meet, you're like, this is an ancient union. Gracious. I know I was with her before. All right, then something happens. She's taken away. The Lord can restore her back to her perfection. Okay? Without them crooked ass bottom teeth, perfect. Without them hard ass heels, perfect. Without that stupid ass westernized attitude, perfect. You can have a wife and children. Y'all take pictures with the same turtleneck on, the same big ass shoes, jerseys over the turtleneck. Right. Lovely family, and then all of a sudden, there comes a point where, for the gospel's sake, it may be a hindrance to you. What do? You don't separate. You keep your eyes on the prize, man. And this is going on with that. I thought, let me get a few more. So, look, you're going to receive a hundredfold of all of these things. All of these people are going to be received back to you, all right, in their proper order, a hundredfold. And you're going to inherit everlasting life. Three more.
Only people who are said, get out of this thing and be blessed is the remnant.
Luke 22:28, ye are they which have continued to be in my temptation, and I appointed to the kingdom of my Father and appointed unto me. This earth, finally going to inherit it, starting at the promised land, set up and which the Lord wanted from the beginning. Peculiar way of getting and we go appreciate it, then the way he did it is like, wow. Even Ezra had questions, like, why the Lord do it like this? Why the Lord do it like that? Why couldn't he just make Adam perfect and we be good? Well, he wanted to even have, the Lord is fair, man. Even had their rulerships, Esau, he wanted it the way he wanted it. It's a beautiful movement. Romans 8:18, for I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory that shall be revealed in us. Okay? The earnest expectation of the preacher waited for the manifestation of the sons of God. Okay?
Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark.
Everybody's tired of life. Everybody's tired of Joe Biden. Y'all tired of Joe Biden?
I'm going to take some of these things and hit hard. Romans 8:29. 28, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love the Most High, to them that are called according to His purpose. Whom He did foreknow, He did also predestinate to be conformed to the image of His Son, that He might be the firstborn among many brethren. Moreover, whom He did predestinate, them also He called, them also He justified, He justified, them also He glorified. And as you're going through these trials, the lies that are going to come on you cannot allow your love for this life to bow the knee because of the lies and things people are saying. That would be you didn't understand the mission of your life. What can we say to these things? Really? If God before us, who shall be against us? Okay?
I'm ready to live, man. I'm ready to enjoy the world. I'm ready to serve.
Verse 35, who shall separate us from the love of the Mashiach? Shall tribulation, or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or peril, or sword? See? As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are counted as slaughter. You got to be okay with that. All the condition of the battle. Okay? And of course, sometimes you feel like, damn, it's like the Lord is with the people of the world more with us. Right? We have that much more of a hell because what? We're those first ones. Right? When we love, we chasten. That's why it's hard on you. Count it all joy, man. That's nice. It's like that picture of that dog and his eyes going both ways and his fire all around the place. Nay, in all things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. For I'm persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any creature, right?
A sound of battle
Children,
in the land,
we're a part of
and
that
of
dog.
great destruction.
Okay? None of that shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Yahweh Shai.
How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken?
By the word of their testimony, they love not their lives, death, why? Because they understood their origin, their mission. Okay, the things that they have come across in this life, they just look at it for what it is and they move on. It is what it is. Okay?
How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken? How is Babylon become a desolation
You
of
got
the
business, you don't go to work, kick your wife in the ass, throw plates at her. No, that ain't what that means. But that means nothing, no earthly circumstance will separate you from Yahweh.
They gave up one of them to the ass.
Now I'll end it off
I
here
lay
in
a
a second.
snare for thee, and thou art also
Therefore thou
taken,
endure
O Babylon.
hardness as a good soldier of Yahweh Shai. See? No man that warreth entangleth himself in the affairs of this life, that he may please him who hath chosen him to be a soldier. You were chosen to be a soldier. You're in a war. You're in the front line of a spiritual war.
Yeah, everything that Esau's doing is backfiring, man. Your media, your propaganda, you gotta let everybody go live. People making internet money. Like moving outside of your banking system. Your public, your international policies. The other nations are going behind your back, going under the other man. You just gave everybody else the weapons, dummy. Stupid. Okay? Everything, your economic policy is failing, man.
In the military, they're not
All right,
regular
all the
civilians.
money you done pumped out across the world.
They're in Iraq or wherever the hell they are on a mission.
Everybody mad, go crazy.
We're on the righteous path.
Right? And the most I so bad, you don't have to create all this stuff.
Host of heaven.
Some African nation of
Heavenly stars of heaven. Alright, so called on account of the number of their order. So, I'll leave it there. Hopefully our brothers who are watching more men of the Lord, everybody can take it.
All these things are just stir controversy in your kingdom. Right? So it says, I have laid a snare for thee, thou art also taken, O Babylon, and thou was not aware. All you satellites, your prognosticators, all that, you not aware. Thou art bound and also caught.
Origin, as we are of the number, that we are beings of men.
You got caught
What is our true origin? It's more endure, but while we're born, we're mission, understanding the origin, true origin, understanding the mission, get those rooted into the minds, because it makes you immortal. The process of immortality starts in the mind. What heaven starts with this understanding. We have to truly understand part
Because
of
thou hast striven against the Lord.
this flesh
The Lord hath
will
opened
be
his
used
armor
and has been used
and hath brought forth the
many
weapons of his
to choke us
indignation.
out of the mission, choke them out of the truth.
I gotta show like the love of Christ.
These earthly conditions, right? Which I can show you are conditions of the battle. We're in battle. Just what they are. Parent, child, sick, all conditions of the battle. Right? He's here. Pilgrims passing through now. What is our goal? Israelites preaching his word. What is the goal? Right? The goal is to get back to our first estate. Outside, speaking to the Father. There is some mindset. That's why he's so keen, so focused. Work. My will. Father, he did not look at that.
Open his armor to be fair. The Lord hath opened his armor and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of the Lord power of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. Right? For the work by the Lord of hosts.
Family.
The land of the Chaldeans.
Fighting to restore to us. That's our heavenly state. And that's all these are the scriptures. In the Torah, Moses gives you understanding your origin in the beginning.
Another sheep arose and brought them all back.
In the beginning, God created the earth to put that word
And that
first, beginning, first, chief, choice part, head, top, summit, upper part, chief, total, height, head, man, city, nation, place, family, priest. And you go into that term, God. So in the beginning, the Lord is showing you his order. God.
Right now, man, does it rain and came down? Did you speak?
This was the first church. This is the priesthood after the order of Melchizedek. Created heaven and earth. We have this on that. Okay. And through the blueprint of the Most High, we were in complete order. That's God. Doing this in complete order, doing the will of the Heavenly Father from the foundation of the earth. I'll show you. Okay. This is the estate we're fighting to return to. Put scriptures together, you will see Hawashai himself. Remember his prayer is called the high priestly prayer. He is the head of the church. Okay? Now you must understand, even Hawashai at that time he came onto the earth and was born to fulfill prophecy. Prophecy says the child was going to be born to David. His parents came together in a union so that he could be born to fulfill that prophecy. You have to look at your life as well the same way. This is not your beginning. Right? You were just chosen as a sacrifice to fulfill what was written so that you can get to the next glory. Okay? Just pilgrims passing through. Now let's listen to what Hawashai asks the Father has finished this course. Okay?
And it's being test run over in Moab.
John 17:4. Hawashai speaking to the Father. I have glorified thee on earth. I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do. That's why he was born into the earth. What? He had to offer sacrifice. Lamb without blemish. That was all prophesied. He was born into this body at this time to fulfill that. He understood that. He didn't look at that life as a time to please himself, time for him to be the man, time to do and know what's coming, all right? That particular life, he wasn't born for that purpose. He was born to do what? Offer himself up as a sacrifice of his blood to cover us in these times as we're fighting to be brought back to that day. Listen to what he said. I glorify thee on earth and finish the work which thou hast given me to do. Now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self with the glory which I had before the world was. See that? Listen to that. Glorify thou me with thine own self with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. Okay, and then he was going into what he did, manifested the name, talked, he dealt with the brethren, he did everything the Heavenly Father had ordered him to do. Now, as you go down, their future glory, see, their future glory, there, the disciples, the ones who have followed the Lamb, so as you go it, the church, as well as those who believe, the glory which thou givest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, and thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one. Okay? And that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and loves me. Okay? And thou hast loved them, as thou hast loved me. Remember, we were a spiritual family before we were a physical family on earth. Okay? This family in the heavens was headed by Yahushua. He spoke Yahushua into existence. From that point came the first few spirits to be an aid and help unto him. Okay? And then on earth it started with Adam. Okay? And the sons of God, which fell from their glory and state to be rulers, and judges and priests at that time on earth. As you read the story, we get it in 7. At the time of Adam's fall, from that point, we have to deal with imperfection. Okay? Even at the time Solomon got the established 40 years of peace, eventually he fell from that. Why? Because of the flesh. From that point on, you it gives you an outline of the various different captivities that we have to suffer, all right, before we were brought back to our heavenly estate. So Yahushua in this chapter is praying for us, praying to the Father to restore him to his rightful order and to restore us eventually. Let's listen. It says, the glory which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are. I and them, and thou and me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and hast loved them, and thou loved me. Father, I will that they also, whom thou hast given me, and his brethren, be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory. Be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory, which thou hast given me, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. So that this is what we are fighting for, to return to our heavenly state. Right? As you read prophecy, it says in the latter days, the remnant will wake up. Okay? They will prophesy to stand on their feet like a great army. Eventually be beamed up and changed to go back to what? The heavenly state. Put on those mortal bodies. Okay? But within that, you would have to have parents that met. Okay? Born, school, and go through all these things. Eventually we would wake up to our true calling. Okay? And nothing else matters above that true calling. Now it says here, as you see here, he said, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. So we go to Ephesians 1 and 3. Blessed be God, the Father of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, who has blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Mashiach. according as he hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world. Okay? So there are a group of first fruit spirits that were with Yahushua before the foundation of the world. Okay? He hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy, without blame, before him in love. And he predestinated us to the adoption of children by Yahushua to himself according to the good pleasure of his will. Okay? So the mission that we have as we've been awakened here in these latter days is to fight, okay, is to get back to that heavenly estate. And it's all written. Alright, but as Paul said here, Galatians 1:5, God, who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his grace. Okay? For what purpose? To preach to the Gentiles. Okay? We have that same lot. Okay? He chose us from the foundation of the earth. Alright, for our purpose now. Paul, he had a life before he was called to his true calling. Okay? We all have these lives. We all have these particular things that, even born into parents now. The beautiful thing about that is Yahushua, right? Will show you when he was born, he had Joseph and his father, Mary and his mother. We understand the truth. We understand our true origin. That's not our true parents. Those were parents who the Lord had come together within that lifetime and these lifetimes, and this lifetime. All of us are a miracle. Each story of remember, we all miracles. The Lord had our parents come together so that seed can be brought to the spirit, the spirit of the elect chosen for He put into that body for a purpose. See? So we were separated from our mother's womb, alright, the seed of man, alright, to be called by his grace. Okay, as we told Jeremiah. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou camest forth out the womb, I sanctified thee. Okay, and ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. See that? So before we were born, in whatever lifetime we were born in, hopefully this is the final one we have to do with the Lord chose us for a purpose. So understanding your true origin helps you to look at this life, alright, as a mission. To look at these bodies as merely costumes to spy out the land. Okay, and the families you have, though you respect, honor your father, your mother, have a wife, love your wife, have a child, do the best that you can, but none of those things should be able to separate you, alright, from Yahweh Bashim Yahushua if you understand your true origin and if you understand what the mission is. Now, book of Isaiah 49. 5. Now here you how for me to be his servant. That is the only reason your mother and father came together. To form you, that you can grow up and serve the Lord. Okay? To bring Jacob again to him. So this is a part of our mission. To preach the word that the elect may be gathered, which is a sacrifice. We have to make our lives a true sacrifice for this mission. And it takes a lot. It says to bring Jacob again to him. Alright? Though Israel be not gathered yet, shall I be glorious in the eyes of Yahweh. And my God shall be my strength. Right? And Isaiah was one of those men. Jeremiah was one of those men. There are various of them. Some of them we never read about. This is the book of Sirach, the 44th chapter. And the Lord gave us a very small insight of our legacy and everything. And it's a beautiful thing. Right? But he doesn't show that mystery. Okay, so a lot of people who come to the understanding that they're Israelites, they look at it based upon this life.
What is he doing that goes to?
They don't understand that it's a sacrifice. They don't understand, right, that there's a greater glory coming. We weren't sent here to be the man. We weren't sent here to get the praise of men and all this various different brothers teaching and have those taking a liking to your spirit and drawn to you. Those may be people who followed you for another life. We're all back in this life, meeting up all over again. You cannot put earthly, carnal things above mission. How should himself had far more power than these bodies, right? He didn't make it by himself. Why should he? Okay? Now, Isaiah 49:6, he said, it is a life thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribe of Jacob. Light thing. It's simple, but nobody said it was easy. Okay, it's a light thing. It says, restore the preserved of Israel, the remnant. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles. See? Thou mayest be my salvation in the world. We just did a lesson on salvation before. Okay? So this is why we were born. Alright? We were born for this purpose. This is our mission. To do what? Restore the preserved of Israel and preaching the word. See? You read about it in various scriptures and it just kind of goes over your head. Okay? You were born from the seed of a man. You came out of the womb of a mother for this purpose. Okay? We read things like this. Revelation 11. Just get to the point. 11 is after the spirit of life. God entered into them and stood on their feet. Great fear fell on them which saw them. This is linked directly to Ezekiel 37 chapter. The prophets preaching. The dry bone awakened in the spirit. Okay? Through the spirit of the Most High God, the Yahushua, He sent us down the Holy Spirit. You are a vessel born into the earth to fulfill that. See, now this says a lot in just 3 sentences, just a few words. See, starting with Abba Bivens, High Priest Abba Bivens, and then from there, eventually the prophets will awaken, the word will grow and grow and grow and grow. And each one of the teachers, they needed parents. They needed parents to birth them into the earth for these purposes. But that ain't their origin. See? And what does that lead to? And they heard a great voice from heaven saying to them, come up hither. And they ascended up into heaven by cloud and beheld the being back up to return to our heavenly estate. Which second chapter gives you an insight to the family reunion where we're going to be face to face with Yahushua being crowned and along with him to be praising, singing songs. Okay? So we're here to speak this into existence. Go here real quick. Our forefathers understood this. See, once you understand this, okay, it's easier for you to be a sacrifice. Right? Because that's exactly what you were chosen to be, a sacrifice. Okay? This is Hebrews 11:13 speaking to our forefathers. Okay. It says, these all died in faith, not having received the promises. Okay? See, they understood the promise and they understood that they were a sacrifice, right, to be an example for those at a time who wake up for this very purpose, to be brought back to our heavenly estate as being inheritors of the land, the promised land, right? It says, these all died in faith, right? Not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims in the earth. Strangers and pilgrims in the earth. They understood that they were only pilgrims. Now, let's go to this scripture here. I have it. 1 Peter 2:11. This is what Peter said to us. Okay? That holy priesthood. Okay? 1 Peter 2:11. Dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust which war against godliness. This flesh is what has always separated us from the Father. So as we're on this mission, okay, you meet women, you have children, you have family, all this, okay, and see how these things can deter you from the mission if you get too attached to them and look at them above what they are. Okay? All they are is conditions of the battle, nothing more. See, and we'll get that in the second chapter. When you look up this term pilgrim, okay, it says, dearly beloved, thou art God, David, house of David, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims. See? This is the mindset you must have, all right, as pertaining to this life. We're just strangers and pilgrims. This is not our world. Okay, as a matter of fact, let's go to the book.
That saith to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, he shall be built, and I will raise
1 John 3:1. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed on us, that we should be called the sons of God. Okay? Look, Yahweh's true origin was directly from the Father, and we followed after that order through him. That's our true Father. That's our true origin. The parents we have here, really, we're the father of them. Okay? But we do respect and honor them. Okay? And they may have spirits on them, but these all are conditions of the battle. If you allow these earthly relationships with your wife to deter you from the mission, then you will not fit. This is why Yahweh Shai said those hard sayings. If any man come to me and hate not his mother, his father, his brother, whatever, all right, is not willing to let it all go, then you don't understand the mission and you don't understand your true origin. Understanding your true origin and understanding this mission and that you're just a pilgrim helps you to cope with the hell that comes in this flesh, and you understand that, look, the victory is already written. You just have to endure. And it's easier said than done. All right, but through Yahweh Bashim Shai having the right mindset as pertaining to all of these things you have before you in this world, in this flesh, it's easier to deal with. Things are easier to overcome. But when you start to look at these things more than what they are, you start to look at those things as the end-all, be-all, and look at this life as your true origin, you lose sight. Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. That is an honor. Okay? Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. So people do not understand what you feel. People do not, even your woman. Okay, nobody will ever understand what you as a man of the Lord go through mentally, in your spirit, the battle you have. Okay, now they may believe on your words, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shemel Shah, which that's a good thing. They have faith in what you are saying, but they can never understand. All right, and then outside of that, okay, the people in the world, they look at us as weirdos. They look at us as crazy. The world knoweth us not. Our own people are like, what? What are you doing? They walk by, they can't believe it. See, we're men on a mission. Okay? We don't count our own lives worth anything. Look, we're here to serve Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai. Okay, and that goes into that saying, they love not their lives unto death. Get it. Okay? See, most of the people who are here, they love their lives. Okay? To the point where these things in this world, this origin, this is all for them. They don't know of anything past this. And we can't have that mindset. See, and that separates us. Okay? The world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it does not yet appear appear, well, we shall be, because we are fighting to return to that origin. Okay, we'll get all of that. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him. We shall see him as he is. He prayed for us. He did his job to get back to the right-hand side, his origin, his original order, as the priest of the Most High. Now we have to do our duties, and all of these things were written before the foundation of the earth. We were just given this body to complete the mission. This is the last body in this kind of tabernacle that we're going to have to deal with. That Corinthians 5th chapter. Another time. It says, and every man that hath this hope in him purified himself, even as he is pure. You see that? Every man that hath this hope purified. If you understand this, if you understand what you're fighting for, purify yourself. You're immovable. Okay? You're walking towards immortality. You're walking towards the promised land. Understanding that this is just a mission. Everything that you encounter is somewhere and go live on battle. Are you going to be overcome by it? No, you have to overcome death. I wish I did it. Okay? So going back to this point. Okay, let's read it again. Dearly beloved, 2 Peter 2:11. I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lust. Now we'll look up pilgrims. That's what we are. Strangers and pilgrims. This world is cars, all of these things are only simple. origin of the church. Speaking of Yahweh Shai,
Wherefore fear not.
1 and 17, it says, "For he is before all things,
And a bright
right,
light
the
shall
first
enlighten you.
spirit created by the Most High God Yahweh, and by him all things consist. He is the head of the body. The church is the beginning, right, Alpha and Omega. He's the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have preeminence." Okay? Please the Father that in him should all things well. So if there was a church in the beginning, we read about that in the beginning. The Lord was showing you his church, his congregation, his priesthood, right? He's the priest of the Most High God, the Son of God, right? Melchizedek. Now, let's get this to the book, right? Hebrews, right? 12 and 22. When ye are come to Mount Zion, from the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, okay, and to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly, right, and church of the firstborn, right, which are written in heaven, and to God, the judge of all, right, and to the spirit of just men made perfect, right, literal immortals living in mortal flesh. Okay, look at this word, firstborn. Firstborn, right, the man of beast. That's on the earth. We see the elect of the firstborn in heaven. Okay, first in time of place, many succession and reign. First in rank, influence, honor, chief. Okay, and that's why the Lord said he's going to restore us. You have to understand your origin. It helps you see things more clear. It helps you to stay on it. See, Yahweh Shai constantly boasted of his mission. I'm here to do this. He had to be a sacrifice. We're here to offer up our bodies as a living sacrifice. Okay? See, Yahweh Shai sacrifice, as well as the first fruits sacrifice, leads to everyone of that family being brought back to glory. Alright, so don't look at yourself as just some regular nigga. Okay? This is Isaiah 1 and 26. And I will restore thy judges as in the first. This is the process. Right? And thy counselors at the beginning. Alright, now when we read Genesis 1 and 1, God, Elohim, that word Elohim, what? Ruler, judges, divine ones. Okay? God, like, what the scripture says, the house of David shall be as God. Works or special possessions of God. Okay? The first fruits. See? And as we're reading here in the book of Isaiah, he's going to restore us to that first estate. This is why we're here. So I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Afterward thou shalt be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Alright, imagine your government, alright, being Yahweh Shai, alright, in the first fruits. The ones who created heaven and earth through the blueprint given unto them, alright, by the Most High through Yahweh Shai. That's going to be the government. Could you imagine that? Wow. Yeah, this is a heavy thing we're a part of, man. It's not low level. Now, going back to this term, okay, strangers and pilgrims. I pulled up pilgrim, right, on this etymology online. Pilgrim, right? A person traveling to a holy place. See, you were born into this life, all right, to do what? Receive the word eventually on your way to the holy place. We're traveling to a holy place. Okay? And once we receive those new bodies, we're going to come back down on earth and set up our kingdom. See, this kingdom was for the heathen. This kingdom, as prophecy states, the heathen would have to rule, right? But through the destruction of the fourth beast and the horn that issued forth from it comes our kingdom, man. And we're just about at the end of Esau's world. We're here traveling to a holy place. We're pilgrims. We can't look at this world as the end-all be-all of our lives. Okay, again, we have no continuing city.
And they shall cut off your necks and slay you, and have no mercy upon you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave shall be dug for you. Woe to you who set at naught the words of the righteous, for ye shall have no hope of life. Woe to you who write down lying and godless words, for they write down their lies that men may hear them and act godlessly toward their neighbor. Therefore they shall have no peace, but die.
For here we have no continuing city, right? We seek one to come. Here we have no continuing city. So if you allow the encounters you have, these families you have, to take you away from your purpose and off your mission, then you don't get it. You never got it in the first place. Your ego, the fact that you get called out or something is told to you about.
Ye righteous, to raise your prayers as a memorial, and place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a memorial before the Most High. In those days the nation shall be stirred up, and the families of the nation shall arise on the day of destruction. And in those days the destitute shall go forth and carry off their children, and they shall abandon them, so that their children shall perish through them. Yea, they shall abandon their children that are still sucklings, and not return to them, and shall have no pity on their beloved ones. And again I swear to you, ye sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed. And they who worship stones and graven images of gold and of silver and wood and stone and clay, and those who worship impure spirits and demons, and all kinds of idols not according to knowledge, shall get no manner of help from them. And they shall become godless by reason of the folly of their hearts, and their eyes shall be blinded through the fear of their hearts, and through visions in their dreams. Through these they shall become godless and fearful. For they shall have wrought all their work in a lie, and shall have worshipped a stone. Therefore in an instant shall they perish. But in those days blessed are all they who accept the words of wisdom, and understand them, and observe the paths of the Most High, and walk in the path of his righteousness, and become not godless with the godless, for they shall be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for you shall be slain in Sheol. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and to them who cause bitterness on the earth, for they shall thereby be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your houses through the grievous toil of others, and all their building materials are the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, ye shall have no peace. Woe to them who reject the measure and eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose souls follow after idols, for they shall have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and slay their neighbors until the day of the great judgment. For he shall cast down your glory, and bring affliction on your hearts, and shall arouse his fierce indignation, and shall destroy all of you with the sword, and all the holy and righteous shall remember your sins. And in those days, in one place, the fathers, together with their sons, shall be smitten, and brothers, one with another, shall fall in death, till the streams flow with their blood. For a man shall not withhold his hand from slaying his sons and his sons' sons. And the sinner shall not withhold his hand from his honored brother. From dawn till sunset they shall slay one another, and the horse shall walk up to the breast in the blood of sinners, and the chariot shall be submerged to its height. In those days the angels shall descend into the secret places, and gather together into one place all those who brought down sin. And the Most High will arise on that day of judgment, to execute great judgment amongst sinners. And over all the righteous and holy he will appoint guardians from amongst the holy angels, to guard them as an apple of an eye, until he makes an end of all wickedness and all sin. And though the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have not to fear. And then the children of the earth shall see the wise in security, and shall understand all the words of this book, and recognize that their riches shall not be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish, ye who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire. Ye shall be requited according to your works. Woe to you, ye obstinate of heart, who watch in order to devise wickedness. Therefore shall fear come upon you, and there shall be none to help you. Woe to you, ye sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which your godlessness has wrought. In blazing flames, burning worse than fire, shall ye burn. And now know ye that from the angels he will inquire as to your deeds in heaven, from the sun and from the moon and from the stars, in reference to your sins, because upon the earth ye execute judgment on the righteous. And he will summon to testify against you every cloud and mist and dew and rain, for they shall all be withheld because of you, from descending upon you, and they shall be mindful of your sins. And now give presents to the rain, that it may not be withheld from descending upon you, nor yet the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend. When the hoarfrost and the snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you, in those days ye shall not be able to stand before them. Observe the heavens, ye children of heaven, and every work of the Most High, and fear ye him, and work no evil in his presence. If he closes the windows of heaven, and withholds the rain and the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will you do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, ye cannot petition him, for ye spake proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore ye shall have no peace. And see ye not the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in sore trouble? And therefore do they fear, because all their goodly possessions go upon the sea with them, and they have evil forebodings of heart, that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish therein. Are not the entire sea and all its waters, and all its movements, the work of the Most High? And has he not set limits to its doings, and confined it throughout by the sand? And at his reproof it is afraid, and dries up, and all of its fish die, and all that is in it. But ye sinners that are on the earth, fear him not. Has he not made the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein? Who has given understanding and wisdom to everything that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ship fear the sea? Yet sinners do not fear the Most High. In those days, when he hath brought a grievous fire upon you, whither will ye flee, and where will ye find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be affrighted and fear? And all the luminaries shall be affrighted with great fear, and all the earth shall be affrighted and tremble and be alarmed. And all the angels shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great glory. And the children of the earth shall tremble and quake, and ye sinners shall be cursed forever, and ye shall have no peace. Fear ye not, ye souls of the righteous, and be hopeful, ye that have died in righteousness. And grieve not if your soul into Sheol has descended in grief, and that in your life your body fared not according to your goodness. But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet, when ye die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so die the righteous. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? Behold, even as we, so do they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From henceforth we are equal. And what will they receive, and what will they see forever? Behold, they too have died, and henceforth forever they shall see no light. I tell you, ye sinners, you are content to eat and drink, and rob and sin, and strip men naked, and acquire wealth, and see good days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end falls out, that no manner of violence is found in them till their death? Nevertheless they perished, and became as though they had not been, and their spirits descended into Sheol in tribulation. Now therefore I swear to you, the righteous, by the glory of the great and honored and mighty one in dominion, and by his greatness I swear to you, I know a mystery, and I have read the heavenly tablets, and I have seen the holy books, and have found written therein and inscribed regarding them, that all goodness and joy and glory are prepared for them, and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that manifold good shall be given to you in recompense for your labors, and that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living. And the spirits of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their spirit shall not perish, nor their memorial from before the face of the Great One, unto all the generations of the world, wherefore no longer fear their contumely. Woe to you, ye sinners, when ye have died, if ye die in the wealth of your sins. And those who are like you say regarding you, Blessed are the sinners, for they have seen all their days, and how they have died in prosperity and wealth, and have not seen tribulation or murder in their life, and they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their lifetime. Know ye that their souls will be made to descend into Sheol, and they shall be wretched in their great tribulation, and into darkness and chains, and a burning flame, where there is grievous judgment shall your spirits enter. And the great judgment shall be for all the generations of the world. Woe to ye, for ye shall have no peace. Say not in regard to the righteous and good who are in life, In our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil, and have been consumed, and have become few, and our spirits small. And we have been destroyed, and have not found any to help us with even a word. We have been tortured and destroyed, and not hoped to see life from day to day. We hope to be the head, and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously, and had no satisfaction in our toil. And we have become the food of the sinners and of the unrighteous. And they have laid their yoke heavily upon us. And they have had dominion over us that hated us and smote us. And to those that hated us we have bowed our necks, but they pitied us not. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but found no place whereunto we should flee and be safe from them. And we complained to the rulers in our tribulation, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not hearken to our voice. And they helped those who robbed us and devoured us, and those who made us few. And they concealed their oppression, and they did not remove from us the yoke of those that devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us. And they concealed their murder, and remembered not that they had lifted up their hands against us. I swear unto you that in heaven the angels remember you for good before the glory of the Great One, and your names are written before the glory of the Great One. Be hopeful, for aforetime ye were put to shame through ill and affliction, but now ye shall shine as the lights of heaven. Ye shall shine, and ye shall be seen, and the portals of heaven shall be opened to you. And in your cry for judgment, and it shall appear to you. For all your tribulation shall be visited on the rulers, and on all who helped those who plundered you. Be hopeful, and cast not away your hope, for ye shall have great joy as the angels of heaven. What shall ye be obliged to do? Ye shall not have to hide on the day of the great judgment, and ye shall not be found as the sinners, and the eternal judgment shall be far from you, and for all the generations of the world. And now fear not, ye righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways. Be not companions with them, but keep afar from their violence, for ye shall become companions of the hosts of heaven. And although ye sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your sins every day. And now I show unto you that light and darkness, day and night, see all your sins. Be not godless in your hearts, and lie not, and alter not the words of uprightness, nor charge with lying the words of the Holy Great One, nor take account of your idols. For all your lying and all your godlessness issue not in righteousness, but in great sin. And now I know this mystery, that sinners will alter and pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words, and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. But when they write down truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish aught from my words, but write them all down truthfully, all that I first testified concerning them, then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to become a cause of joy and uprightness and much wisdom. And to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them, and rejoice over them. And then shall all the righteous who have learnt therefrom all the paths of uprightness be recompensed. In those days the Lord bade them to summon and testify to the children of the earth concerning their wisdom. Show it unto them, for ye are their guides, and a recompense over the whole earth. For I and my Son will be united with them forever in the paths of uprightness, in their lives, and ye shall have peace. Rejoice, ye children of uprightness. Amen. And after some days my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun. And the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of God in heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is amongst the angels. And when Methuselah heard these words of his son, he came to me at the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there. And he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. And I said unto him, Behold, here am I, my son, wherefore hast thou come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety have I come to thee, and because of a disturbing vision have I approached. And now, my father, hear me. Unto Lamech, my son, there hath been born a son, the like of whom there is none, and his nature is not like man's nature, and the color of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose. And his hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his eyes are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes, and thereupon lighted up the whole house. And he arose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth, and blessed the Lord of heaven. And his father Lamech became afraid, and fled to me, and did not believe that he was sprung from him, but that he was in the likeness of the angels of heaven. And behold, I have come to thee, that thou mayest make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said to him, The Lord will do a new thing on the earth. And this I have already seen in a vision, and make known to thee that in the generation of my father Jared, some of the angels of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they commit sin and transgress the law, and have united themselves with women, and commit sin with them, and have married some of them, and have begot children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Yea, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a deluge and a great destruction for 1 year. And this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth shall die, he and his son shall be saved. And now make known to thy son Lamech that he who has been born to him is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to you. And he and his son shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. And after that there shall be still more unrighteousness than that which was first consummated on the earth. For I know the mysteries of the holy ones. For he, the Lord, has showed me and informed me, and I have read them in the heavenly tablets. And I saw written on them that generation upon generation shall transgress, till a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go and make known to thy son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that this is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him everything in secret, he returned and showed them to him, and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who will come after him, and keep the law in the last days. Ye who have done good shall wait for those days till an end is made of those who work evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. And wait ye indeed till sin has passed away. For their name shall be blotted out of the book of life, and out of the holy books, and their seed shall be destroyed forever, and their spirit shall be slain. And they shall cry and make lamentation in a place that is a chaotic wilderness, and in the fire they shall burn, for there is no earth there. And I saw there something like an invisible cloud, for by reason of its depths I could no longer look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly, and things like shining mountains circling and sweeping to and fro. And I asked one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto him, What is this shining thing? For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping and crying and lamentation and strong pain. And he said unto me, This place which thou seest, here are cast the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, and those who work wickedness, and of those who pervert everything that the Lord has spoken through the mouth of the prophets, even the things that shall be. For some of them are written and inscribed above in the heavens, in order that the angels may read them and know that which will befall the sinners, and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have afflicted their bodies, and been recompensed by God, and of those who have been put to shame by wicked men, who love God, and love neither gold nor silver, nor any of the good things which are in the world, but gave over their bodies to torture, who, since they came into being, longed not after earthly food, but regarded everything as a passing breath, and lived accordingly. And the Lord tried them much, and their spirits were found pure, so that they should bless his name. And all the blessings destined for them I have recounted in the books. And he hath assigned them their recompense, because they had been found to be such as loved heaven more than their life in the world. And though they were trodden under foot of wicked men, and experienced abuse and reviling from them, and were put to shame, yet they blessed me. And now I will summon the spirits of the good, who belong to the generation of light, and I will transform those who were born in darkness, who in the flesh were not recompensed with such honor as their faithfulness deserved. And I will bring forth in shining light those who have loved my holy name, and I will seat each on the throne of his honor. And they shall be resplendent for times without number, for righteousness is the judgment of God. For to the faithful he will give faithfulness in the habitation of upright paths. And they shall see those who were born in darkness led into spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, This place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. And thence I went to another place, and the mountain of hard rock, And there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, These hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein, yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them till the day of their judgment, and till their appointed period, till the period appointed, till the great judgment comes upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael, the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, This spirit which maketh suit, whose is it? Whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to heaven? And he answered me, saying, This is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew. And he makes his suit against him, till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, Why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said unto me, These 3 have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is a bright spring of water. And such has been made for the sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirit shall be set apart in this great pain until the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever, and such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make discourses concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous, but sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors they shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed the Lord of glory and said, Blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth forever. From thence I went to another place, to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me, and said unto me, This course of fire, which thou hast seen, is the fire in the west, which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire, which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other. And the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, one founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, one upon the other, and deep and rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt, neither was any amongst them, nor were the others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever, and its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, How beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms are very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why dost thou wish to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which thou hast seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the Holy Great One, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will sit. when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all and bring everything to its consummation forever. And it shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth, such as thy fathers lived. And in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the God of glory, the eternal King, who hath prepared such things for the righteous, and hath created them, and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place, in which there were trees with branches, abiding and blooming, of a dismembered tree. And there I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain, and to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the three mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine. Yea, I marveled very much. Then said I, For what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here they shall be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth his glory, and lauded him gloriously. And thence I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert, and I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above, rushing like a copious watercourse, which flowed towards the northwest. It caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water. And therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon. And beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Sarara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain, to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were also trees, and all the trees were full of stacte, being like almond trees. But when one burnt it, it smelt sweeter than any fragrant odor. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed over the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and from afar off trees more numerous than these trees, and great. 2 trees there, very great, beautiful and glorious and magnificent. and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves are like those of the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful, and the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, and how attractive to look at. Then Raphael, the holy angel who was with me, answered me and said to me, this is the tree of wisdom, of which thy father, old in years, and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten. And they learnt wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each differed from the other. And I saw birds also differing in appearance and beauty and voice, the ones differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth, whereon the heavens rest, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceeded, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number, and their names, and their courses, and their positions, and their times, and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed me. He showed me all things, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws, and their companies. And from thence I went towards the north, to the ends of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceeded north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good. But when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. And from thence I went towards the west, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heaven, open such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals, and the same number of outlets. And from thence I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven, and thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw there 3 eastern portals of heaven open, and 3 small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits, and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch, the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those which dwell on earth, hear ye men of old time, and see ye that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Lord of spirits. It were better to declare them only to the men of old time. But even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day, such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on earth. The first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of the earth, and when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Lord of spirits, and light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth. Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners? And where the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It had been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect, from that time those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy. For the Lord of spirits has caused his light to appear on the face of the holy, righteous, and elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. And thenceforward none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an end. And it shall come to pass in those days that the elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness shall prevail in his days, and the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be as strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing, and their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness before him shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And there heretofore hath been my portion. For so it has been established concerning me before the Lord of the spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not bless thee. They stand before thy glory, and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who sleep not, and they stand before him and bless him and say, Blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of the Lord forever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer behold. And after that I saw thousands of thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Lord of spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord of spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not. And I learned their names, for the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences, as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. The first voice blesses the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And the second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and supplicate in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans, and forbidding them to come before the Lord of spirits, to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden. Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? He said to me, The first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering. And the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who was set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who was set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. And mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from thence, which deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and being dragged off. And they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of spirits. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And there I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers, out of which the winds are divided. The chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist, and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed, and whither they come again, and their glorious return. And how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of spirits, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of spirits. And they give thanks and praise, and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, and darkness to the sinners in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder, for he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers, whom she sought not she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings, and the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light. I saw the width of their spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning. And I saw their revolution according to the number of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, "What are these?" And he said to me, "The Lord of spirits has showed thee their parabolic meeting. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever." Also, another phenomenon I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings, and cannot part with their new form. And this is the second parable, concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven shall they not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners, who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day mine elect one shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable. And their souls shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then I will cause mine elect ones to dwell among them, And I will transform the heaven, and make it an eternal blessing of light. And I will transform the earth, and make it a blessing. And I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and I have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who went with me, and showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was, and whence he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who hath righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who revealeth all the treasures of that which is hidden. Because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him, and whose lot hath the preeminence before the Lord of spirits in uprightness forever. And this Son of Man, whom thou hast seen, shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and the strong from their thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the kings from their thrones and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame. And darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. And they shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits. And these are they who judge the stars of heaven, and raise their hands against the Most High, and tread upon the earth and dwell upon it. And all their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches, and their faith is in the gods which they have made with their hands. They deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and they persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice, and supplicate and pray, and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous might not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment might be done to them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. And all his host, which is in heaven above, and his counselors, stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered. And the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect. And at that hour the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall. And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason he has been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits hath revealed him to the holy and righteous, for he hath preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days, downcast in countenance shall the kings of the earth have become. and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not be able to save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth. And before them they shall fall and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them. For they have denied the Lord of the spirits and his anointed. The name of the Lord of spirits be blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him forevermore. For he is mighty in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow, and have no continuance. Because the elect one standeth before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him. For he is the elect one before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. And in those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect. And the light of days shall abide upon them, and glory and honor shall turn to the holy, on the day of affliction, on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners. And the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will cause the others to witness this, that they may repent and forego the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name they shall be saved. And the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. And he is righteous also in his judgment. And in the presence of his glory, unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment, the unrepentant shall perish before him. And from henceforth I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. And Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Lord of spirits has given them to him, and hath glorified him. And in those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like rams satisfied with milk. And the faces of all the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy, and the earth shall rejoice. And the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west, there mine eyes saw all the secret things of the heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in secret? And he said unto me, All these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which thine eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one as wax before the fire. And like the water which streams down from above upon these mountains, they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver. And none shall be able to escape, And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall be of no service, and shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be denied, and destroyed from the face of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of the Lord of spirits. There mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth, and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage. But that deep valley shall not become full. In their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of the Lord of spirits, and they shall be banished from off the face of his earth, and they shall perish forever and ever. And I saw all the angels of punishment abiding there, and preparing all the instruments of Satan. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, For whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said unto me, They prepare these for the kings and the mighty of the earth, that they may be destroyed thereby. And after this, the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. Henceforth they shall be no more hindered in the name of the Lord of spirits. And these mountains shall not stand as the earth before his righteousness. But the hills shall be as a fountain of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of sinners. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty, and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there mine eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said unto me, These are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Lord of spirits commanded. And Michael, and Gabriel, and Raphael, and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that the Lord of the spirits may take vengeance on them for their unrighteousness in becoming subject to Satan, and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days shall punishment come from the Lord of spirits, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth, and all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heaven. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. And after that the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he sware by his great name, Henceforth I will not do so to all who dwell on earth. And I will set a sign in the heaven, and this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the angels on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, saith God, the Lord of spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of his glory, and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforward be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them. And they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they might break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under foot the land of his elect ones. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves. And their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son his father or mother, till there be no number of corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it, and the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other, in one day, and they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. And I began to speak the third parable, concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy without number. And they shall seek the light, and find righteousness with the Lord of spirits. And there shall be peace to the righteous, in the name of the eternal Lord. And after this it shall be said to the holy in heaven, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness is past, and there shall be a light that never endeth. And to a limit of days they shall not come, for the darkness shall have been destroyed, and the light established before the Lord of spirits, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of spirits. In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the lights, and the judgments they execute. And they lighten for a blessing or a curse, as the Lord of spirits willeth. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the heaven, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the judgments executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and blessing, or for a curse, according to the word of the Lord of spirits. And after that, all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lighten for a blessing and for satisfying. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch. In that parable I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High, and the angels, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion, and the quaking of the heaven. And Michael said unto me, Why art thou disquieted with such a vision? Until this day lasted the day of his mercy, and he hath been merciful and long-suffering towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day, and the power, and the punishment, and the judgment come, which the Lord of spirits hath prepared for those who worship not the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous judgment, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared, for the elect a covenant, but for the sinners an inquisition. When the punishment of the Lord of spirits shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of the Lord of spirits may not come in vain. And it shall slay the children with their mothers, and the children with their fathers. Afterwards, the judgment shall take place according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean, over the fountains of the waters. But the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Dudain, on the east of the garden, where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the seventh from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day and cast, the one into the abysses of the sea, and the other into the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. And the other angel who went with me and showed me what was hidden told me what is first and last in heaven, in the height, and beneath the earth, in the depth, and at the ends of the heaven, and on the foundation of the heaven, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that is fitting, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided, and the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings, that it may lighten, and their host, that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest, which are assigned to it, while it is waiting for its peal. And the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and separate not. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides equally between them. For the treasury of their peals is like the sand. And each one of them, as it peals, is held in with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward, according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of its strength he draws it back with the rain. And in like manner it is driven forward and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel, and the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength. There is a special spirit therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And the spirit of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber, for its course is glorious both in light and in darkness, and in winter and in summer. And in its chamber is an angel. And the spirit of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the earth, and it is connected with the chambers of the rain. And its course is in winter and summer, and its clouds and the dew of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain then goes forth from its chamber, the angels come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth. And whensoever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth, from the Most High, who is in heaven. Therefore there is a measure for the rain, and the angels take it in charge. And these things I say towards the garden of the righteous. And the angel of peace who was with me said to me, These two monsters, prepared conformably to the greatness of God, shall feed. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those angels, and they took to themselves wings and flew, and they went towards the north. And I asked the angel, saying unto him, Why have those angels taken these cords and gone off? And he said to me, They have gone to measure. And the angel who went with me said unto me, These shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may stay themselves on the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect. And those are the measures which shall be given to faith. and which shall strengthen righteousness. And these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth, and those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beasts, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the heaven received a command and power, and one voice, and one light like unto fire. And that one, with their first words they blessed, and extolled, and lauded with wisdom. And they were wise in utterance, and in the spirit of life. And the Lord of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he shall judge all the works of the holy above in heaven. And in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. And when he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways according to the word of the name of the Lord of spirits, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of the Lord of spirits, they shall all with one voice speak and bless, and glorify and extol and sanctify the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will summon all the host of the heavens, and all the holy ones above, and the host of God, the cherubim, the seraphim, and Ophanim, and all the angels of power, and all the angels of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth, and over the water. And on that day shall rise one voice, and bless, and glorify, and exalt in the spirit of faith, and in the spirit of wisdom, and in the spirit of patience, and in the spirit of mercy, and in the spirit of judgment and of peace, and in the spirit of goodness, and shall all say with one voice, Blessed is he, and may the name of the Lord of spirits be blessed for ever and ever. And all who sleep not above in the heaven shall bless him. All the holy ones who are in heaven shall bless him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of life. And every spirit of light who is able to bless, and glorify, and extol, and hallow thy blessed name. And all flesh shall beyond measure glorify and bless thy name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of the Lord of spirits, and he is long-suffering. In all his works, and all that he has created, he has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of the Lord of spirits. And thus the Lord commanded the kings, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes, and lift up your horns if you are able to recognize the elect one. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the kings, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory. And righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then shall pain come upon them as on a woman in travail, and she has pain in bringing forth, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them, when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, who was hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect, and the congregation of the elect and holy shall be sown. And all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship, and set their hope on that Son of Man, and petition him, and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, that Lord of spirits will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces, and he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. and they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Lord of spirits resteth upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day, and they shall never thenceforward see the face of the sinners and the unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man they shall eat, and lie down and rise up for ever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and ceased to be of downcast countenance, and they shall have been clothed with garments of glory. And these shall be the garments of life from the Lord of spirits. And your garments shall not grow old, and your glory will not pass away before the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the mighty and the kings who possess the earth implore him to grant them a little respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits, and say, Blessed is the Lord of spirits, and the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the mighty, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of the glory, and the Lord of wisdom. And splendid in every secret thing is thy power from generation to generation, and thy glory forever and ever. Deep are all thy secrets, and innumerable, and thy righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learnt that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, and him who is king over all things. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks, and confess our faith before his glory. And now we long for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon and obtain it not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Lord of spirits, nor glorified our Lord. But our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom, and in our glory. And in the day of our suffering and tribulation, he saves us not. And we find no respite for confession, that our Lord is true in all his works, and in his judgment, and in his justice. And his judgments have no respect of persons, and we pass away from before his face on account of our works. And all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they should say unto themselves, Our souls are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof into the burden of Sheol. And after that their faces shall be filled with darkness, and shame before that Son of Man. And they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spake the Lord of spirits. This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty and the kings and the exalted and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the angels saying, These are the angels who descended to the earth and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence, and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me! Hear me! Hear me! And I said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling out on the earth, and that the earth is in such evil plight, and shaken, lest perchance I shall perish with it. And thereupon there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch my grandfather came and stood by me, and said unto me, Why hast thou cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learnt all the secrets of the angels, and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images, for the whole earth. And how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an angel stands therein, and that angel is preeminent. And after that my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by the hand and raised me up, and said unto me, Go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits as touching this commotion on the earth. And he said unto me, Because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me forever, because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learnt. The earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these they shall have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what is hidden. And they are the damned. But as for thee, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that thou art pure, and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined thy name to be among the holy, and will preserve thee amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined thy righteous seed both for kingship and for great honors. And from thy seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous, and holy, without number, forever. And after that he showed me the angels of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. And in those days the word of God came unto me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden building, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life. And a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed, and multiply on the earth, in the name of the Lord. And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown me in the west, among the mountains of gold, and silver, and iron, and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished, who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body. For they have denied the Lord of spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord of spirits none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days. For when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, this water of the spring shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, This judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. And after that my grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book in the parables, which had been given to him, and he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day Michael answered Raphael and said, The power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, Who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by the word of this judgment that has gone forth upon them because of those who have thus led them out? And it came to pass, when he stood before the Lord of spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of spirits has been angry with them, because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them forever and ever. For neither angel nor man shall have his portion in it, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold the names of those angels, and these are their names. The first of them is Simjaza, the second Arakipha, and the third Armin, the fourth Kokabel, the fifth Tudael, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjal, the eighth Nekael, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armonos, the 12th Batarhal, the 13th Busasehal, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Turel, and the 16th Simapesiel, the 17th Jetrel, the 18th Tumeel, the 19th Turel, and the 20th Rumael, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels, and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. The name of the first, Jachan, that is, the one who led astray all the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbael. He imparted to the holy sons of God evil counsel, and led them astray so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death. And he led astray Eve, and showed the weapons of death to the sons of men, and the shield and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penimue. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many have sinned from eternity to eternity, and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous. And death, which destroys everything, could not have taken hold of them, but through this their knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Kazdeja. And this is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, and the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat. The son of the serpent named Tabaet, and this is the task of Kazbael, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Beka. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name and oath, who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath, Akae, in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the heaven was suspended before the world was created, and forever, and through it the earth was founded upon the water. And from the secret recesses of the mountains came beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of its anger. And it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths made fast, and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all zephyrs in their paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light of the lightnings, and there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power, and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man. And he caused the sinners to pass away, and be destroyed from off the face of the earth. And those who have led the world astray, with chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned. And all their works vanish from the face of the earth, and from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory. And all evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of that Son of Man shall go forth and be strong before the Lord of spirits. This is the third parable of Enoch. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of spirits, from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them, and he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. And I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness, and he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens, and I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophanim. And these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000 encircling that house, and Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who were above the heavens, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number, and with them the head of days. And his head was white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, and with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well-pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. Lost passage wherein the Son of Man was described as accompanying the head of days. And Enoch asked one of the angels concerning the Son of Man as to who he was. And the angel came to me, and greeted me with his voice, and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him. And the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world. And so shall it be unto thee forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him forever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace and an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The book of the courses of the luminaries of heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. And the moon rises and sets in these portals. And the leaders of the stars, and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and left of those portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal, and shines in the face of heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th, those 6 portals in the east. And in that 4th portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter, to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal, and sets in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter, and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 31 mornings, on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened, and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal, and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 31 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length. And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, until the 30th morning. And the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that third portal, and sets in the third portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the second portal, and sets in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east into the first portal for 31 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer, and amounts to the double of the day. And the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun is therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and also sets in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 31 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun. And his return as often as he returns, 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law, dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part, and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in the night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night, with the 14 parts and the half of 1 of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth, and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel, who was the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts she accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun, in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. She goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. and she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal, from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal, from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. And in years there are added 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days, and all the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations, and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the 1st portal, one in the 3rd portal of the heaven, one in the 4th portal, and one in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, the moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them warmth is diffused over the earth. And when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west, there are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he hath commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting. And from it there comes rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying in the west come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these the north winds, from the 7th portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts and devastation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed. And all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their benefactions I have shown to thee, my son Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. And the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north to the sea, and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there, and some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first, Orhares; the second, Tomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Esonja, the second, Ebla, the third, Benasse, and the fourth, Erae. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon, and in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises 1/14th part, it appears in the heaven, and the light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light. And 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by the addition of 14 parts. And in her waning the moon decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, and on the second to 13 parts of her light, and on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the 5th to 10, on the 6th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6th, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law. When light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun during 14 days. Her light is accomplished in the heaven. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun, on the side whence the light of the moon comes forth. There again she wanes till the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 days each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the laws of all the stars of heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon which takes place in the 6th portal. For in this 6th portal her light is accomplished. And after that there is the beginning of the waning. And the waning, which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks, and times, and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy in their lands and fields. And all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. And the rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold it. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time. And the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord, the King of glory, forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and I blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year will we leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou mayest teach thy children, and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down for thee. I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom, namely that passeth their thought. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the head of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever. 1 in the 1st portal, and 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and festivals and years and days has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. There are 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station. But their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained: Milkiel, Helimelech, and Melechal, and Narel, and the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, and Ijasusael, and Alomael. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchihal rises first and rules, who is named Tamaini, and son, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days, which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, and heat, and calms, and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who is added a head of 1,000, called Helujaseph. And the days of the dominion of this leader are at an end. The next leader after him is Elimelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the sign of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields, and in the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gidaijal, Keel, and Hael, and the name of the head of 1,000 which is added to them, Asphael, and the days of his dominion are at an end. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show thee all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before thee. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first when I was learning to write, the second before I took thy mother, when I saw a terrible vision. And regarding them I prayed to the Lord, and he laid me down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel. When I saw in a vision how the heaven collapsed, and was borne off, and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were rent from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel waked me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why dost thou cry so, my son? And why dost thou make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision. As to the secrets of all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generation of the world, and I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings, and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne forever, and the whole earth thy footstool forever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest, and seest, and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath, until the great day of judgment. And now, O God, and Lord, and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as the plant of the eternal seed. And hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up his voice, and spake to his son Methuselah, To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline thine ear to the dream vision of thy father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth. And that bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer. And along with this latter came forth 2 bulls, one of them black, and the other red. And that black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him, and I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her. And from that time onwards she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls, and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many great white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. But after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven. And behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls among those cattle, and they pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members, like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became pregnant, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them. And they began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other. And the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men, and 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had come forth last grasped me by my hand, and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it, hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull, and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. And he was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon. And those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were open on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank, and were swallowed up, and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts in the field, and birds, so that there arose different generations, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull. And they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and white bull with it. And the wild asses multiplied. But that white bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep. And the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves. And that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves. And they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. But those sheep began to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses. And I saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and besought their Lord with all their might. So the Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord. And another sheep met it, and went with it. And the 2 went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves. But the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the sea of water. And the sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them, and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created. And the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from that water, and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass. And that sheep going and leading them, and that sheep ascended to the summit of the lofty rock. And the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep, who stood before them. and his appearance was white, and terrible and majestic. And all those sheep saw him, and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Lord, or to behold him. And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence, and thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all of the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep, which had met that sheep, which had led them to fall asleep. And I saw all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep, and crossed that stream of water. And there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in that pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And that ram began to butt on either side of those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were open saw that ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, and trample upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb, and raised it to being a ram and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its glory. And it went to it, and spoke to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these things, those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued that second ram, and that second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs pulled down the first ram. And that second ram arose and led the little sheep, and those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And that ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power amongst the sheep, and robbed them no more of aught. And that ram begat many sheep, and fell asleep. And a little sheep became ram in its stead, and became a prince and a leader of those sheep. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. And a tower lofty and great was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. And the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw those sheep, that they again erred, and went many ways, and forsook that their house, and that the Lord of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep, but the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved, and was not slain, and it sped away, and cried aloud over the sheep, and they sought to slay it, but the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep, to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter, and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook that their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they may pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command that you do, do ye. And I will deliver them over to you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave over unto them those sheep, and The Book of Enoch. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up this parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw. But not for this generation, but for a remote one which is for to come. Concerning the elect I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountain shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent and sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of the things upon the earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water and clouds and dew, and rain lie upon it. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years, till the new comes. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth, over against it, and you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with glowing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock, by reason of its heat. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Wherefore give ye heed, and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not, but according as God hath ordained, so it is done. And behold how the sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord. But ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall you execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, and all the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you, the godless, there shall be a curse, and all the shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life. And their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace, all the days of their life. A fragment from the book of Noah. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Simjaza was their leader, and said unto them, I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then sware they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Simeazaz their leader, Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakihal, Asael, Almaros, Batareel, Ananel, Zakiel, Samsapeel, Satarel, Turel, Jomjael, Sarael. These are the chiefs of tens. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them, and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets, and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armoros the resolving of enchantments, Barakihal taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Shamseel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven, and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, The earth, made without inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they have gone unto the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One, spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole world will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein. And place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever. And cover his face, that he may not see light, and on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire. And heal the earth, which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication and the children of the watchers from amongst men, and cause them to go forth. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have. And no request that their fathers make of thee shall be granted unto them on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, Go, bind Semjaza and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age shall be completed in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees, and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olive shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, and all uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration and praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation forever. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men, and truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Into the fragment of Noah. Book of Enoch. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him, and his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go declare to the watchers of heaven who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits, and their deeds individually, and in regard to their requests, that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. And I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awaked, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel's-Gel, which is between Lebanon and Seneser, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with a tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith, and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword, and your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me. And the course of the stars and the lightning sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire. And it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew near to a large house which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal, and its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was clear as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice, and there were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling gat hold upon me, and as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne, and its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter, and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones were nigh to him, and did not leave by night, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man, and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and had lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though you are holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And, as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish, therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you, as for the spiritual ones of heaven. In heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these, in your hardness of hearts, you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries, women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, You have no peace. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. And when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to a place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where were a fiery bow, and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into a great sea towards the west. And I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers, and of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he has furnished them with the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of heaven above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of a colored stone, and one of a pearl, and one of a jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire, and I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region at the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it, and there was no water upon it, and no birds. But it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains. And to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarachael, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise, and the serpents, and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above, nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains, and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon! Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the